I'm a motherfucking chainsaw. See everything, it remain raw. Why you think we brought you unique and slain for? The same reason that Henry VIII was king for. The same reason Kaczynski was in the Bing for. The thoughts going through Tyson mind in his ring walk. If it's beef, I suggest to you that you bring chalk. Everything is more merciless than a Ming thought. You in county and thought that you speaking Bing talk.
I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Put the metal in your mouth like you was rocking braces.
After the game ends, I'm blasting from Gravesend. You rapping for gay men, I'm a master of mayhem. The city's a pool of devils and sin. I give you the tools that'll sever your skin. Slices the hands of a track assassin, choking the victim, keeping the gap from blasting. I'm hoping and wishing the streets let me stack from rapping. I'm speaking the crack, holding a magnum cannon. You slamming.
I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. Cause I was born and killed. Metal in your mouth like you was rocking.
I'm ghetto like strawberry in a limo, copping rocks in Queensbridge. Real shit, keep your weapons concealed, kid. This is for soldiers that chose to ride. Those that died, logo made of skulls and knives. Murderers multiply, souls survive. Those that know the road survive. Scope the sky, vultures fly. Desert eagle, chrome collide. Close your eyes, it's the hellion. My rebellion, retaliate. I have the whole New York state aiming at your face.
I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. I feel how I feel cause I was born and killed.
I was on a crash course with the cemetery or the task force. Shooting for the skies, I'd do anything to blast off. Rewind to 99, fucking now fast forward. If I could see today, this is everything I asked for. Back then I had nothing, I could rap my ass off. I'm on the corner spitting raps, twisting caps off. Now here I am today, people. See, this is what you asked for. Not the man, not the myth, I'm the superhero with this mask off.
Killed many people for money, out of ignorance, out of evil, out of hatred.
Yo. Rumors of my removal to which Anastasia survived. Declarations of your fate be highly compromised. Prying eyes, Western spies at the gates of the ravaged city. I'll challenge your intelligence and all that you pity. Regress back before you dispose of where it all begun. You was found shunned, holding a loaded gun. Dumped and slumped into King James's pain and punishment. You query when the summer went under this covenant. Curse the vision of the gifted, gone missing, we uplifting. Synchronized science, the paradigm be shifted. So nod your head back until it snaps. Anglo-Saxon rap extended in pack. Let's detach and split your wig back. Left stashed, the peace pipe, a vibrant type. Like Peter denied Christ 3 times in that same night. Concise writing threaded in cloth, now to the cross. Enticed with a promise to a paradise lost. Misguided sages, their suicide was painless. Disdainful portrayal contained within the pages. As the tables turn on the days came and went, you shamefully repent on the time misspent. Misguided sages, their suicide was painless. Disdainful portrayal contained within the pages. As the tables turn on the days came and went, you shamefully repent on the time misspent. The cracking sound ice makes when it breaks surface tension. I'ma hold you under, intensify the sense of wonder. Combining rhymes and numbers to twist and manipulate. The princess in the lake trickled like a snowflake. What fate would befall all of the accused who harnessed this catharsis to illuminate the doom. Speech impediments, imperfections left in tatters. Scrambled and hacked, you clambered, now you captured. A crystal cactus grew from each arm, hard to catch this. Using sheep's heads as target practice, you can't match this. I carried the confession of the Templar's heresy. Pray for redemption, now bow when they mention me. Chase through centuries to cross this advanced race. How the frail flourished and then vanished without a trace. Barbed wire around your neck, priceless moments that you kept. All crashing aspirations led withered to a death. Misguided sages, their suicide was painless. Disdainful portrayal contained within the pages. As the tables turn on the days came and went, you shamefully repent on the time misspent. Misguided sages, their suicide was painless. Disdainful portrayal contained within the pages. As the tables turn on the days came and went, you shamefully repent on the time misspent.
what's out there in the popular culture and what's going on in the more traditional art, then you have something that is lifeless.
I seen the moon rise before the sun got a chance to set. I use God's tool to play a game of advanced roulette. The romance of sweat got me feeling things I can't forget. I question life, but ain't been asked for answers yet. Inventing dance steps.
Your man slept on my appearance and got his pants
My
wet.
third eye will magnify while you get burned just like ants get.
Spread the message, period, but haven't felt the cramps yet.
But yo, you're looking bloated, but you know, kid, I canceled your check.
I wish this underground art would have kept its origin and essence. Collection, champagne and a diamond necklace. Yo, stop being restless. Commercialism's hip-hop's devilish. I'll battle both sacks for the Rolex on your left wrist.
Just to show y'all what time it is.
Vocab is divine within.
Sage is who this rhyme it
In
is.
every line, we're just trying to live.
These MCs run some crazy rapping like they're in a Scorsese flick. Lazy with their lyrics.
Raise your
Cause
spirits.
they're selling. The audience is buying. The predicament that I'm in got me rhyming in Italian.
It's all Greek to me.
So I'm flipping in Sicilian. Millions of civilians became godfathers with no children.
Microphones replaced with cigars.
Kids in bars,
Thinking they're hard,
singing wax songs,
but won't listen to
Hey,
ours.
yo, they won't listen to ours.
I heard the system in their cars.
Bumping,
A whole lot of nothing.
making me hold the mic like prison bars.
Ignorance has been driven too far. It's giving my wisdom a scar like the one on your face. Smoking-ism with jar, that ain't the system of Allah. Ha ha. I love God while you love to drop bass. I heard that Sage Francis, he loves to drop
I
bass.
heard that vocab was so bad I crack a drop bass.
Non-profits, we never drop bass. Too busy picking up the treble.
Levels are out of place.
While heads disgrace, I catch a red face, some stress signals. The music's just to make the women's ass and chest jiggle. Most of these rap stars can pass as sex symbols. Want publicity when the industry flash the next single.
It's simple, but you don't know if they laugh at or laugh with you.
Specifically past issue, their activities ass
Son,
tissue.
I'd break their jaw, but I'm not sure if it's glass or crystal. Blow a fast whistle on ass pimples will say they blast a
It's
pistol.
a cash scandal, their career's a juggling gamble.
Too much struggle to handle.
Our commercial cucker command you. Cucker, commercial, command you. What?
To be a trend.
To be a
To
fad.
be something brand new.
The origin was underground. Why they have to shapeshift? You went from up to down and couldn't elevate with a facelift. So take this message as a tasteless breakfast to feed your mind. Will sage and vocab, make this
I'm
checklist.
no sexist, but rap tramps would rather blast amps with a lap dance.
But they write their own lyrics.
Fat chance.
But they think their own gimmicks.
No creative control. When I'm in good spirits, maybe I'll save their soul.
When these days get
I
cold,
can hardly speak till I feel my girl's body heat manifest in the form of a hip-hop beat. People swarm as they stomp in the street. Before I'm gone, I got them clapping their hands and stomping their feet.
they're torn
Between what they like
and what they're told to like.
never too old to fight.
If you're known to
Yeah,
bite,
watch your soldier strike.
I show the light.
But you don't know it right.
Cause someone stole your sight.
Leaving my wisdom scarred.
Like prison boss is how I hold the mic. Ignorance has been driven too far. It's giving my wisdom a scar like the one on your face. Smoking-ism with jar, that ain't the system of Allah. Ha ha. I love God while you love to drop bass. I heard that Sage Francis, he loves to drop bass.
I heard that vocab was so bad I crack a drop bass.
Non-profits, we never drop bass. Too busy picking up the treble, cause levels are out of place.
Levels are out of place.
Devils are hard to face. Hip-hop is a disgrace.
No doubt, no doubt. Levels are out of place.
But devils are hard to face. Hip-hop is a disgrace, no.
Diggity. Yo, my man Joey Beats, he loves to drop.
My son J. Rue, yo, he loves to drop.
Yo, the almighty Megha loves to drop.
My brother Natural, yo, he always drop.
Dave at Boo Studios loves to drop.
My man DJ Perseus loves to drop.
The whole TSS now, we never drop bass. Too busy
Picking up the treble, cause levels are out of place.
Levels are out of place.
Levels are hard to face.
Hip-hop is a disgrace,
No doubt.
Levels are out of place.
Levels are hard to face.
Hip-hop is a disgrace.
No doubt.
Positivity.
Positivity.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And it did seem like we made a lot of people upset. We offended a lot of people, folks. Hence the censorship, right? So I'm sorry if we offended your conscience and what you represent and the foundations of your beliefs. And maybe even made you lose a little bit of money, right? But the mouth of madness, okay, it's got to be, yeah, exactly, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, uncompromised. Okay, we double down. We double down. Okay, if you'll observe our series, okay, Whotheyism. All right, let me drop the first episode we did of Whotheyism on Cyber Caliphate. So we've been banging all week. The people who missed it, right? The people who want to keep up, right, will have to do so on an alternative channel. We will not have this channel forever, folks. The current trend suggests that it's only a matter of time before we lose this channel, right? So if you want to engage with the machine lies, right, join the Discord, join the other alternative networks, right? Find a way to keep in contact with me personally. Otherwise, all of my work here, all of the reflections that we've gathered here, and I've given many presentations. I don't care to enumerate that at the moment, right? I've given lots of presentations in not only political theology, but the philosophy of technology, right? So we've given lots of different presentations here centering on those two main subjects, combining technology and religion, science and spirituality in a unique form, right? And we've exposed the cyber cuckery of many a actor through these mediums, right? Many people are molded by the machine, okay? And they plead ignorance when you expose their lives, all right? They plead ignorance when you expose their lives, all right? Now let's look at one such example here, right? In the case of Made by Jimbo, right? We got him pleading ignorance, and we did many different specials exposing the lies, okay, in the Zionist debate circus, okay, where they tried to gatekeep the issue. Paid by Jays to lie to Christians. Paid by Jays to lie to Christians. Paid by Jays to lie to Christians, and nobody cares. None of these so-called crusaders online, keyboard crusaders online, actually gave a fuck about what was happening. Right? When the Shilsteins came out and totally cucked for Zionism. Right? Let's take a look at some of the examples, right? Let's take a look at some of the examples of the Zionist cuckery. Okay. It's unbridled, unabashed. Okay? Unabashed support for the Zionist message recently, folks. And if you want to know the real truth about it, I'm sorry, but you'll have to go and look at the rest of the series. Okay? There's simply no time to rehash everything that we've explained. Okay? But, okay, so simply click on those videos, series of videos. We made 6 videos detailing the Zionist cuckery, all right? And we made them with Unseen Warfare and Neurojack. Unseen Warfare and Neurojack, right? So they were really, really excellent. Okay, and going through the main issues that we're facing here, right? Yeah, exactly. Misconnections. Okay, let's go to the tape. Let's go to the tizay, and then we'll go to why Zionism should be considered an anathema, whether you're a Muslim, a Christian, or a secular individual, right? Or if you're, sort of into a neo-pagan stripe, like as our friend Twilight, son of Lilith. He's more in a neo-pagan stripe, but even he rejects Zionism. Yeah, Zionism based on a false eschatology. That's very true. Okay, look at Shabbatai Zevi. Definitely true there, right? That we read about the false Jewish Messiah, Shabbatai Zevi. We read about Manasseh ben Israel. Okay, we read the opinions of the saints on Zionism. And why it's an anathema, we'll read a few more. Okay, we've been blessed to have our friend, Unseen Warfare. Okay. And hopefully we'll have some friends joining here in a minute, okay? But here is the
religious tradition in the post stream. He said it's not. He doesn't have a because both. Now correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew. Religious Zionism and political Zionism is still like I don't know how this actually works, Andrew, but just correct me if I'm wrong. Is it anathema from a Christian?
Is Zionism an anathema? He has to ask Andrew Wilson. How is Andrew Wilson an authority on the matter? Right, he's asking Andrew Wilson whether Zionism is an anathema, something that he has a clear answer to, right? Because he did a dispensationalism special with Jay Dyer, in which he declared it to be an anathema, and Andrew Wilson did a debate with the Apostate Prophet recently in which he declared that they're working with messianic organizations to summon the Antichrist. So he clearly declared it an anathema there, right? So why are they confused about whether Zionism is anathema? Let's look up the definition for the word anathema. Okay, let's look up the definition for the word anathema. Okay. Let's look up this word anathema and see what this word means. Right? Okay, let's see what this word means, anathema, right? Let's see what the word anathema means, right? Since we're wondering if Zionism is an anathema. In what world can you not just point blank declare Zionism, right, which is a support for the Jewish state, especially organizations that are trying to build a third temple? Okay. Say not that you are children of Abraham. Out of these stones, God could raise up new children of Abraham. The word anathema has two main meanings. One is to describe something being someone is being hated or avoided. The other refers to a formal excommunication by a church. These meanings come from the New Testament, where an anathema was a person or a thing cursed or condemned by God. We're clearly the belief that you're entitled to land or power or grace from God because you belong to a certain people, that view is cursed by God in the New Testament. We don't have to assume whether it is. It's clearly cursed by God in the New Testament. Okay. The saints agree. Okay, we'll look at it in a minute, all right? We'll look at it in a minute, but first let's see what these guys are so... Why are these guys confused? What are they confused about? Let's go back. Look at him fumbling. I don't know. How should I say? Zionism, is it an anathema or something? Is it something like, is it cursed by God or something? I don't know. I'm not too sure. Guys. Yesterday, they were colluding with the Antichrist, but today, we're not sure. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, and I don't know. That was the contradiction in the post stream. He said it's not. He doesn't have a because both. Now correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew. religious Zionism and political Zionism
Is it
is still
um
like
it,
I don't know
like
how this actually works,
I
Andrew,
don't
but
know.
just correct me if I'm wrong. Is
Correct
it
me if I'm
anathema
wrong.
from a Christian, an Orthodox Christian perspective? Still like I don't know how this actually works, Andrew, but just correct me if I'm wrong. Is it anathema from a is still like I don't know how this actually works, Andrew, but just correct me if I'm wrong. Is it anathema?
Is it anathema? Is it anathema?
Essentially took the position that, you know, they need our help, like they're surrounded, this kind of he wasn't super clear about it, but the rhetoric was
hang on. This starts with a false dichotomy to begin with. What if we change the argument this way?
Oh wait, it'll change the time if I change the speed. That's weird. I've never seen. Yeah, I gotta play that at a slow speed. This is fucking insane, guys. We gotta play this at a slow speed.
Religious, yeah, and I don't understand that was the contradiction in the post stream. He said it's not he doesn't have a because both correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew. Religious Zionism and political Zionism is still like I don't know how this actually works, Andrew, but just correct me if I'm wrong. Is it anathema from a
My God, dude. Is it anathema? Good Lord.
Is Antichrist anathema?
Yeah, is the guy that was is the support that was yesterday? It was support for Antichrist. Today, is it anathema? Is that the question? Is that seriously the fucking question?
Yeah, that's seriously the question. Yeah, you know what's so funny is like,
holy wow.
Like I told the guy, because Red Van tried to make the same argument. He was like, "You don't understand political Zionism," and I'm like, "Either way, it's anathema, dude. According to the church." And why is that? Because it's pushing for Antichrist. That's why.
Yeah, and then watch this guy's response. He literally says he actually doesn't know either. And why is he asking Andrew Wilson if it's anathema? Is he like some type of church? Does he have this? Is he like some type of Saint Andrew over here? Right? Pretty weird. I mean, like let's see.
From a Christian.
Okay, so he's asking him, is political religious Zionism from a Christian standpoint, is it an anathema? When he just said yesterday in his debate, maybe Jim Bob wasn't listening, that the guy's literally giving money, secular Zionists give money to religious Zionists. So they said that political and religious Zionism are the same thing. Okay. And then they concluded that they're supporting the Antichrist because they're giving money to messianic groups like Kufi, Kufi.
Okay, and here's something to think about here is that with Zionism, the whole thing with the Pharisees was that they were pushing for a worldly kingdom where they would have a, continuation of the King of David, where they expected a worldly kingdom where Christ would rule from that kingdom. So essentially, Whotheyism, right? That's what the Pharisees thought was coming. Well, Christ explains to them, my kingdom's not of this world, right? He's talking about the kingdom of heaven. So Israel is pushing to have this particular piece of land because they want their Messiah to come, which will be Antichrist. You know, because they think that they have, you know, they're owed it because of Moses, right? And that was explained in the Jay Dyer clip, where, you know, the Serbian guy explained that, you know,
Right. They
there's
literally
stipulations
declared
to
it.
this.
That's another thing I brought up, is that in that clip, and I'm so glad that we watched at least the first hour of that, because they clearly declared it an anathema. So Jim Bob was there with Jay Dyer when him and Ponch Redneck and Jay Dyer declared it an anathema a year ago when they were looking at dispensationalism. So it's pretty
Absolutely.
weird.
So how does he not know this?
And this is Andrew's response.
If you don't know, that's fine. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. It's just it's a good.
Said he doesn't know. Said he doesn't know.
That trombone.
Incredible.
You know why he's saying he doesn't know? Because, you know, he would be basically stating himself as being in heresy. You know, so there it is.
Me if I'm wrong. Is it anathema from a Christian, an Orthodox Christian perspective? And if you don't know, that's fine. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. It's just it's a good question.
I don't know if it's put under anathema.
Christian is still
there. 4 times you said it, folks. 4 times you said I don't know. 4 fucking times you said I don't know if Zionism is an anathema. Let's hear it again.
Like I don't know how this actually works, Andrew, but just correct me if I'm wrong. Is it anathema from a Christian, an Orthodox Christian perspective? And if you don't know, that's fine. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. It's just it's a good question.
I don't know if it's put under anathema.
Okay, the second anathema for it, because the first one's obviously support of Chiliasm and Antichrist. The second is ethnophylatism, which is, you know, that putting an ethnic group above another ethnic group, right? It's something like that. It's like very closely related to nationalism, which he's a Christian nationalist. So that would constitute as ethnophylatism, which leads to like chauvinism and all other types of things, right? So there's multiple anathemas on this particular ideology, because it doesn't just, you know, and then if you look into like the Russian New Martyrs and all this other stuff, you'll see quickly, like, you know, they understood that the protocols were behind what was happening in Russia, that the Zionists were behind this. And even the, you know, the thing that happened in Germany, that, like that particular thing, the Zionists seen it as a way that they could justify themselves. And they seen it as like the average J were like sacrificial meat for the cause for the Zionist movement, right? You know, so.
Yeah, I'd like to read a few of these that Unseen posted. It says, Saint Nikolai Velimirovic. Are the people at fault if godless elders and false prophets led them onto foreign paths? The people are not at fault to as a great extent as their elders and the false prophets, but they are at fault to some extent, for God gave to the people also to know the right path, both through their conscience and through the preaching of the word of God, so that people should not blindly have followed their blind guides who led them by false paths that alienated them from God and his laws. So see if that applies to the Jays, right? Here's Saint Nicholas, right? It says Europe knows nothing other than what the Jews serve up as knowledge. It believes nothing other than what the Jews order it to believe. It knows the value of nothing until Jews impose their own measures of values. All modern ideas, including democracy, which, by the way, they support in their Christian nationalist scheme, right? Yeah. And strikes and socialism, which also they support in their Christian nationalist scheme, and atheism, which they allow, right? And they promote actively. You know, they don't really have a problem with atheism. The religious tolerance and pacifism, okay, they're obviously in the World Council of Churches, the Global Revolution, the capital and capitalism, which they promote, right? And communism are the inventions of the Jews, or rather, their father, the devil. Now we looked at the quote. I mean, we looked at clearly about the link between capitalism and the Jews in England, right? Now the link between communism and the Jews is pretty obvious, right? The Bolsheviks were Jews, right?
Yeah.
So there's a direct link right there, right? But other than that, it gets into other things. I mean, obviously, Karl Marx was a Jew. His father was a crypto Jew living in Germany. He was also a Freemason, right? And yeah, so these are all well-known facts. Karl Marx was part of a Masonic organization called League of the Just. He also was taught by a Talmudic rabbi called Moses Hess, right? Who wrote the
Wasn't
book?
he sort of related to the Rothschilds? or
Yeah,
something?
that's
I
right.
forget.
That's right. That's right. He was related to the Rothschilds via his
Sad
cousin in
trombone.
England, Lionel de Rothschild. Okay, and when he
Ooh,
moved to England,
Lionel.
yeah, yep, yeah, and of course we read the Bakunin quote that the world movement is funded by the world banks on one side and Marx on the other, right? And he said, what could be there? What link could there be between a communist revolutionary movement and a world bank? And he said, well, whenever you find, the speculation on the labor of the people, that's what the whole communist movement is about. And the central bank's backing it, right? That's literally what Bakunin said, right? And he got thrown out of the organization there, right? But yeah, it said being against Zionism means being against heresy. This is replying to apostate prophets. Stop acting like this isn't the case. Your chiliastic interpretation of the scriptures that warps and distorts things is ridiculous. We shouldn't support them until they become orthodox. And even at that point, we shouldn't support some idealistic antichrist war. Zionism is anathema, and you're anathema for supporting it. So very clearly said by Unseen Warfare. And the saint, right? Saint Nicholas, was that Santa Claus? This is going to be pretty based if that's Santa Claus, isn't it?
No, but he's probably
It's a
named
different
after.
different Saint Nick. Yeah.
I was like,
There
oh,
is a
man.
Saint Nicholas that Santa Claus is based off of, and he actually slapped Arius in the face.
I mean, that's kind of based.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. But yeah, this particular saint, Nikolai Velimirovich, he's a Serbian saint. He died in the 50s, but he was recently venerated 2 days ago. So it's kind of funny, like all this is going on, and this is something he said, and he's like closely venerated to this time period. It's like almost like he's speaking to the times. So
yeah, but I mean, it's pretty clear that it's an anathema. I don't know why they can't see that it's an anathema. They clearly just said, both in their video on dispensationalism with Jay Dyer and on Andrew's debate with Apostate Prophet, that it's clearly an anathema. So why are they struggling to define their terms just a day after? And then finally, why did Jim Bob take this video down? Right? And it's very interesting.
Oh, he took it down?
Oh, yeah.
Oof.
Wow.
Sad.
But that might not be a big point, but he's like, correct me if I'm wrong, as if Wilson's any authority on anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mentioned that. He's acting like Wilson's the authority on the mat. Like Wilson's going to tell him if it's an anathema or not. When he never talks about church issues, he never talks about the saints, he never talks about the opinion of the church. He never brings in theological discussions into his debates.
Right. He says, I'm not a theologian, and, I'm just good at political debates. Well, if you're so good at political debates, then why are you going into a conversation with someone who is using theological topics and distortions of them that you clearly know are wrong? You know what I mean? It's stupid.
Yeah, this just in from Brown's Boy, I guess. He's apparently explaining why he took the video down. So let me go to.
How much you want to bet it's because he doesn't want to cause a schism?
Something to that effect.
I bet it's that.
Wait, what freaking? Oh, there he is. Oh, that was just from the other thing.
The cops just came up here. Someone accidentally called him, like butt dialed the police. Pretty funny.
Yeah, this is gonna be hilarious.
Beginning to think Jim Bob is paid to make people dumber. Jim Bob is paid to make people dumber.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, blessings. Baptize the police. Wait, where are we? All right, here we are.
Baptize the police.
Okay.
The hell? It's like baptizing Freemasons.
I think that Judaism itself is anathema.
Okay.
I think
So wait, Judaism is anathema, but Zionism is not sure.
That's even worse.
Like what? But in the like in the debate, he never separated the two. He said Zionism is support for Jews. So I don't understand why he's dancing around, prancing around now. You know,
Well, it's even worse with it if it's political Zionism, because then you're saying that you're supporting atheist Jays instead of religious ones. You know what I mean? Like, what's the difference, really? Like,
still pretty bad.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, yeah, one's a heresy and the other's a heresy. They're both heresies. They're both heading, as far as the Orthodox belief system goes, towards the devil in one way or another.
Yeah, and then the non-Jewish side of Zionism is literally a majority of Christians that believe in an anathematized view. Right? So why is he struggling to say, well, if Jews have nothing to do with Zionism, then should we support it? It's like, well, then it's Christian Zionism is the major thing.
And that's also a heresy. You know what I'm saying? It's like
No. Either way you go with this, and then it's political. Why should they support a political aim of some other group? That's not Christians. That doesn't even make sense. I mean, right? So, which is exactly what Andrew Wilson said in his debate. So, pretty weird.
But then, I get it to the extent that he doesn't want to necessarily associate with those that are coming off as kind of, I would say, racist or something, right? And that's because in Orthodoxy, it's not about race, it's about heresy. We're not anti-Semitic, we're anti-heretics. And that does need to be distinguished. There is a royal path between those two topics, but that doesn't mean you just backtrack altogether and act like you don't know what you said. It's a heresy. That's fine to say, and it's a loving thing to say because you don't want someone to be in heresy. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty simple. I don't know, but it just seems like he's trying to toe a line. That's what it seems to me.
Self is.
Yeah.
But the thing is again, we're talking about religious disparities, not people groups. And so the big bait and switch here is, you're talking about ethnic Jews. Has nothing to do with that. It's the theological distinction about whether or not we have some moral duty or obligation to protect Jews over some other, over some other non-Christian religion. What is it exactly? And why is it that we must adamantly back a Jewish-centric nation? Why must that be done? Why must we back Zionism? That's the question.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. What?
Yeah, but the problem is that they didn't attack Islam. they attacked Arabs. Right? So, you know, it's so weird that, you know, when all of a sudden you talk about two religious groups fighting each other, it's not two religious groups fighting each other. It's not Muslims who want to kill Jews. It's Jews that are killing Arabs. So why don't you
Yep.
get that straight? All right. So why can't you just understand the historical aspect of the conflict? Right, that the Jews have a lot more power because they were backed by the Western powers, like Britain, like Russia, like the United States. Okay, and this is historically what has taken place. Okay, that they basically very easily, you know, made war upon 2 or 3 different Arab countries: Egypt, Syria, Lebanon. Okay, and this is just a historical fact. And some of those Arabs were Christians. Right, so this is the historical fact of the matter. Right, so why are these goofballs having so much trouble contextualizing? Contextualizing these issues. Oh, it's about supporting 2 different religious groups now. The Jews are Europeans. They're mostly secular. Okay, they're supported by Christian Zionists. Okay, the Arabs, they're mixed. They're secular. They're Muslims. They're Christians. They're a whole mixed bag of people.
I sent you a clip of somebody asking that question to a Zionist, and I think it's a very relevant point to watch that if you don't mind. It's like 1 minute long, but I think that it
Oh
really
yeah, send it
sums up.
over.
Yeah, let me. I sent it in your DM last night. It's yeah, it's at some place in England. Like I think it's like like at a Oxford or some shit. And this Muslim girl asked a very simple question about this, and the answer is extremely telling. Like, and again, like I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but like it really does kind of just sum up what the argument's really about, and they make it so complicated. Like this Muslim girl just asked a simple question. It's not convoluted at all. And the way that you see these people scramble is exactly how these guys are scrambling. So I just want to. I'll try to send you that clip. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull it up for you.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think it's
so
too far back in the DMs here.
I got a great quote from one of their elders. So it's Elder Ephraim of Kadanakia. Well, I don't know if it's Kadanakia, but anyways, it's Elder Ephraim, and a lot of these World Orthodox guys push this guy as a saint. He had joined Rokor at one point, but he went back to the EP because he was threatened by Bartholomew, who AP is supposedly had contact with, you know, and I showed you the picture of Bartholomew in the synagogue, right? Well, this Elder Ephraim said this. He said, they say that the Orthodox should unite with the Roman Catholics, then with the Protestants, and with all those known, unknown heresies conceived by the devil in the name of Christianity. After all, Christians without exception unite. They should then unite with the Mohammedans, the Jays, the extension of the Buddhists, the Brahmins, the Shintoists, and with all the religion of the universe in general. This pan-heretical alchemy is being inspired to the so-called World Council of Churches. The Antichrist will try to substitute his own will for the faith and worship of the true God. For in ecumenism, there is no personal God. For consistent ecumenists, the doctrine of the Tritarian God is utterly rejectable. It is well known that the devil instigated Zionism is coordinating 2 assiduous operations both within and without the church, aspiring to one and the same end, to destroy the fortress known as orthodoxy. We believe that orthodoxy has no place among his conglomeration of errors and heresies. So he's saying that the devil instigated Zionism, and this is someone they consider a saint, by the way.
We've been exposing Andrew
Put the link in the
Wilson,
back.
apostate prophet made by Jim Bob, for the past several episodes. If you missed it, it's because we've been banned on
See,
the main
that
channel.
kind of quote's not clear enough. You got to put it in its proper context there.
Yeah.
Are y'all still talking about the ortho bros? Get over it.
Yeah, perhaps. But it's more because of the
Talk about
entire
Zionism, son.
the entire spectrum. I mean, they've graduated to gay ops on a mass scale, and if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But this is Fox News level commentary at this point.
I
This
want
is
to talk about the Jews.
yeah,
Let's
that's what
talk
we're
about
talking
the
about.
Jews.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Well,
Can
it's kind
you
of
can
funny.
you
Like,
did you see the
you're,
clip I put in the back? Sorry, I'm driving. That's why I'm asking before I'm turn off my mic.
Don't stream and drive at the same time.
I'm an American. I do what I want.
I thought this was
As long as
America.
you're not speeding.
What do you think you would have done differently looking at it? Like what? Because honestly, Andrew, the content itself, I don't have the background to even like. I could only look at certain moves and be like, oh, this move, that move. But ultimately, the content is
Well,
out of my wheelhouse.
what I would have done differently is made him respond to each argument that I made with an actual argument. You know what I mean? So if you look at my debate predictor, my entire debate
So
predictor,
he's limp-wristed.
I said his opening is going to be a history lesson, not an op claim. That's exactly what it was, a history lesson, not an op claim. He's not going to actually respond to logical
So
arguments.
history is
He's gonna
not
respond
important at all to the
to
argument.
inaction.
Yeah, he totally falsified history. He said John Chrysostom and the Saints support Zionism, and then he said St. Paul supports it. So what is that? How is that historical? That's literally he took a scriptural view, and the guy didn't even try to refute it. Right.
No,
So if you
exactly.
watch the debate, it was actually sad because it's like, why wouldn't you try to clearly, out of the 100 passages, Jews are sons of the devil. Out of these rocks, you can't make that God can make new children of Abraham for himself. It doesn't matter. Yeah, but go ahead, Unseen.
yeah, I was just saying, like, the amount of quotes I found just in the last couple of days from their own elders that is exposing this as a heresy, and they somehow don't know. These aren't I don't consider these guys my, saints in my book, because the EP canonized them for political reasons. But even they, what I would consider modernists that stayed with ecumenists to some extent, so even they're exposing this for a heresy. How couldn't they know? These are their mainstream elders. We're talking about Elder Paisios, Elder Ephraim, and then we have, Saint Nikolai Velimirovich is a well-known elder. That's a well-known quote as far as I know. Like, how do you not bring those up? Crazy.
I vote we bring back the Dark Ages and make them great again, where the Catholics and the Jews hated each other and killed each other. Who's in
Yeah,
favor?
well, we kind of talked about that. The problem was that for part England kept bringing them back, right? So that's part of the issue, right? Is that they had them fund 2 or 3 huge events, and then they gained a lot of prominence in Europe the entire time, especially after the 1100s. So the past 900 years in Europe has been laying the groundwork for what we're experiencing today that we sort of unveiled on some of our previous episodes. Watch it. Watch it here on this channel in case we get banned. Blessings, dude.
So when you say
And
Britain,
then,
do you include Europe as well, or just Britain by itself?
The Pope bows to the Zionists, man. There's whole videos of the guy kissing their feet.
What do you think? What do you guys think is more important? The Christian guilt of World War II, or the faux Christian guilt of Dark Age Catholicism?
Probably the former. But
Or a mixture of both. You think it's
basically every single claim that I
No, I think it's mainly the former, but yeah.
All right.
made. But I thought that we left it on a pretty good note. I was very charitable to this guy. I was very charitable to him and David Wood. I took them and their fans out. Like, we were super good to these guys. Didn't do.
And the reason I'd say the former is because white people are blamed for the former, but only Christians are blamed for the latter. And then, you can't really blame them that much because we're not really living in a Christian society anymore.
I think it's
do
so
anything to them.
convoluted. It would take a while to like take it apart and analyze it. So like Hollywood is obviously controlled by Catholics. So as far as like watching movies and TV,
Say what?
Hollywood.
Nah, he's trolling. Yeah,
No, I'm
that's a
dead
clear troll.
serious.
That's a clear troll. Yeah.
No, I'm dead serious.
No, Hollywood's
So
literally controlled by Jews.
no, the Christian, the faux Christian part of
No,
Hollywood.
no. I'm not talking about some part of Hollywood. I'm talking about Hollywood.
Then why would Jews want to portray the Catholic Church as the Christian church?
Because they're working with the Jews.
Possibly, but let's stick with the possible theory.
No, they are. They are
there
working
is
with the Jews.
a
They are working
heavy
with the Jews. The
hand.
Catholic Church is as heavily support like the Jesuits and the Jays work together. Like
Let's
where have you been?
consider the possibility that the Catholic Church had a heavy hand in this,
The Jesuits. We call them Jesuits.
Okay, that's fine. But anyways, I'm trying to walk you through the Dark Ages to where we are now. So anyways, back in the Dark Ages, Catholics were killing Jews in mass.
No, wait. Let's go back to the first lie that you kind of glossed over here. The Jews control Hollywood is because there's 6 major companies and they're all controlled by Jews. So you have to get that correct. So you can't you can't come up here and say misinformation like Catholics control the media.
So they portray the Catholic Church as the main.
Yeah,
Christian
I'm trying to get
church.
right.
Okay.
Right. Let's get through some of this video too,
That'd be
though.
propping up the
Yeah,
strong
let's
man,
finish
by
your
the
point.
way.
Yeah, let's finish your point and let's get through some of this video. But yeah, what's
I
your
wanted to talk
point?
about it. Let's just watch videos. I'll watch a video.
Yeah, the problem is I have so many videos. I could be here all day just talking. But yeah, there is a few of these to get through. There's an hour left of this, so just be advised. I mean, but
before
if you have a point, quickly make it, and then we'll move on. But yeah.
But before we go on, can we watch that short clip because I think it complements what we're talking about right here.
No.
The clip that oh yeah
it's in the back.
actually yeah, we could get to a couple of these clips. Actually, I got a couple of clips and actually let me.
Yeah, I just think it complements what we're talking about very well because it gives like some contrast with what these guys are saying, and from different sources. So.
Yeah, because they're conflating Judaism and they're now parsing this out with political Zionism and religious Zionism, but before they didn't really do that. Right? So.
Judaism. I'm a Muslim, but I chose to study Judaism, and I read Arthur Koestler's The 13th Tribe of Israel.
Yeah, that guy was, by the way, Jabotinsky's secretary, I believe, and so was Benjamin Netanyahu, right? And that guy was a hardcore Zionist, Arthur Koestler. If you look into his history, right? So she thinks that Arthur Koestler is exposing the Jews by pointing out this idea of Jewish messianism and how it's linked to Europe and all of this stuff. But really, she's exploring a fake conspiracy theory that was like an original form of truther bait formulated by Arthur Koestler to poison the well. So that's actually so if you don't understand what I'm saying, rewind it back. Okay, flip it and reverse it.
Ashkenazi Jews, they were European race that converted to Judaism.
Can we have the questions
yeah.
fast, please?
So my question is, do you think that there are some Jews living in Israel who are originally of European descent, not like you say, they were historically the most historical people that's ever lived in the land in Israel, or do you think that's just another lie as well?
So Melanie, if you can deal briefly with the first question, the history.
So I didn't actually understand the question. I'm so sorry. I didn't quite understand what you were talking about. Were you saying that some Jews are not Jews? Is that your point?
No, they're not converted Europeans. You were saying that Jews, they're the most like...
She's trying to gaslight. She's clearly heard of this Ashkenazi idea.
She totally heard the question right.
She's totally heard of the Khazar theory too. So you could tell because she's misrepresenting it by saying that not all Jews are Jews. So she's saying the false Jew idea that comes with the Khazar narrative, right? So she clearly knows what this girl is talking about, but she's pretending like, oh, I don't know what. So she's playing stupid here. It's obvious. Come on, lady. I mean, you understand what this young woman is saying, obviously.
they are the longest people who have lived there for the longest time historically. But some Jews have converted from European Christians.
By the way, look at how much normal that girl looks than this old lady. that little girl, that little Muslim girl looks like a normal human, and this old Jewish lady looks like a fucking reptilian from space. Okay, like let's be honest. Let's be fucking honest. She's got blue hair. Okay, she barely looks feminine at all. She has no feminine features at all. Okay, the young lady looks like a little girl, like how a normal little girl would look. She even looks like a little white girl. It's fucking shocking. I mean, it's fucking shocking. I mean, you fucking idiots should pay attention to this. All you fucking wingnut morons, pay attention to this shit. You support the Jays instead of this young lady who literally looks Aryan. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? All right, grow up and grow a fucking brain and learn some fucking history. Bunch of clowns.
Jews. So actually, they weren't the longest people that lived there because they used to live in Europe. Okay. So maybe Palestinians were the longest people that have lived there because they were living in Europe.
Okay, can we just have a... We need to get through quite a lot of answers.
I'm so
Really
sorry.
short, quick answer.
The simple answer to your question is that the Jewish people are the only people for whom the land of Israel was ever their national kingdom.
Nope.
What? Oh my God.
It's a
So the only people in history that ever had a kingdom were the Jews. They ever had a land, they ever had a kingdom were the Jews. Is that a sensible answer, folks? How could that be a sensible answer to her question? So people can go away for thousands of years and come back and reclaim their quote unquote homeland because they're the only people ever in history to have a kingdom. Well, that's incredible. That's fucking incredible.
It had to be the
Several hundred
implication
years
that
before-
God gave them that.
Exactly.
Right.
The implication is that why are they the only people who have ever been established a kingdom in history is because it's God given. It's the grace of God that established it. That's the only sensible answer that we could give.
Or Islam was invented and the Arabs invaded. And that is the point I was making. They are the only people for whom Israel is their national kingdom. The fact that many Jews haven't lived there is self-evidently true, but that is not the point. The Jews are entitled to the land of Israel because that is their ancient historic homeland from which they were dispossessed by waves of colonial invaders and which they have got back from colonialism and which some people think...
Oh, so the white colonialists are the issue. See how they do it?
So I just wanted to say that this is exactly the argument that I've been making. Is like, if they can use that excuse that they're using right there, anyone can invoke the same thing. Or can we not? See what I mean? That literally is opening up the whole world to war for any reason whatsoever.
Because who funded the white colonialists? Who funded the slave trade? Come on, dude. Who financed the entire thing? Come on.
It's total hypocrisy anyway, because they weren't they didn't live there. They themselves conquered that land, according to the Bible. It's not theirs. They conquered it, and then you just say, "Oh, it's ours, only ours."
Yeah, no, it's literally like our blood belongs there. So it's like, okay, so I guess all the whiteys need to go back to England and Europe, and oh wait, maybe we invaded from, fucking Finland or something. Maybe all of us need to be rounded up and deported back to Finland. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the argument that they're using, essentially, right? So it's like, it's basically, I mean, I get what they're saying. I'm just saying if you take it to its logical end, where does that leave the world? I mean, it's like, okay.
Is actually that they should not be able to do that. That's the point I was making.
Okay, thanks for that. We're not...
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for that, lady. You know what? I got another one for you guys. How about this one? Maybe this one will wake some people up. You know, all these trad people, that say they want to be against feminism and against modernism and against all this stuff. Why don't you guys watch this? Look at how the state of Israel forced birth control on Ethiopian women without their consent. Right? Okay.
There's plenty of stuff in the Bible that
who were Jews.
Consent to shreds. So
Yeah. Yeah, they forced it on their fellow Jews. They were Jewish Ethiopian women, by the way. So let's stop saying about this crap about Jews, all right, and Israel. Okay, you can clearly cleave these issues apart: Jews, Zionism, and Israel. 3 different issues, folks. Guys, we've clearly shown over and over and over again.
When we say Jewish state, what we mean is the national state of the Jewish people. But if Jews want to come here, any Jew, they're welcome. We embrace them.
Israel touts itself as the only safe haven and protector of all Jews. That is, unless you're black. In 2012, Israeli journalist Gal Gabay set out to discover why the birth rate among Ethiopian immigrants had plummeted by nearly 50% over the previous decade. What she ended up uncovering was a troubling web of deceit, lies, and systematic racism against Ethiopian Jewish women. Gabay's investigation revealed that Ethiopian women immigrating to Israel were being injected with a long-acting contraceptive without their knowledge or consent. These injections, administered every 3 months while the women were still in transit camps in Ethiopia, continued after their arrival to Israel. Some women claimed they were threatened by Israeli doctors who told them they wouldn't be allowed to immigrate if they refused the injection, while others were simply told they were receiving a vaccine and given no details on the side effects. Even those who knew they were being administered birth control say they weren't offered any other alternatives to the drug they were given and were discouraged from having a large family in Israel. The drug in question, Depo-Provera. It's
Well, you got to understand. Sometimes you want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs. Come on, we all know that.
Israel is not for Jews, and it is definitely not for Christians. What are these people smoking that claim such things? All right.
This is your brain on Baker.
Yeah.
Look, guys, let's just go to the.
Ethiopia?
Let's just go to the. Let's just go to the hippie festival and do some acid, man. Come on now.
Are the Jews in Ethiopia like the black Hebrew Israelites or something?
Nope.
Like, I missed
No,
that
they
memo.
sure aren't. They sure aren't. They've been there. They've been Jews for a very, very long time. They didn't just become Jews in the 1900s and start and combine their ideology with Christianity. With it's not a modern American movement like the Black Hebrew Israelites.
What, the
These are-
Ethiopians?
Yeah, Ethiopian Jews go back for a very long time.
Absolutely.
Right?
And
So this is
as
the
far
problem.
as them being Christians, it goes about 2,000 years, to where,
Yeah.
I believe it was St. Thomas that baptized the Ethiopian in the desert. So that goes back to there. And then you have Bathsheba, and I believe that's the connection between, Bathsheba and Solomon, and then, they had children, and that's how there was Jays in Ethiopia.
What, you talking about this video, Reddington?
never mind. I got it.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty easy to find this video. State of Deception: How Israel Forced Birth Control on Ethiopian Jewish Women, by TRT World News. I think I'll subscribe because it's a very informative report. Turkish Public Broadcast Service. Okay. The Turkish people, the Iranian. The Turkish, the Iranian news, the Pakistani news. Okay, the Malaysian news. Okay, they'll expose the fuck out of some Israelis. They don't give a fuck because they know that they've done crimes against Muslim people, right? They know that it's not just Muslim people that they've done crimes against, right? And they're willing to talk about it, right? They've done crimes against their fellow Jews, right? And they say, that liar Netanyahu, right? He literally said, "Oh, it's a safe haven for all Jews."
You know, if you read Oleg Plantinov, the guy really exposes how the Zionists had a big hand in, what they did in Germany. Do you get what I'm saying? And what's funny is they tried to lock the guy up, but then when he went to court, he said, all of my sources are from Jays. These are Jewish historians that I'm pulling this stuff from. So they couldn't lock him up because it was admitted by their own people.
Yeah, this is a pretty frightening report, but yeah, you guys get the picture.
It's widely considered a last resort contraceptive due to the potential consequences of its use, including bone density loss if it's used for more than 2 years. Of the 5,000 Israelis injected with Depo-Provera in 2008, 57% were Ethiopian Jews. After a civil rights group accused Tel Aviv of racism, the health ministry ordered doctors not to renew prescriptions unless they were convinced patients understood the ramifications. An investigation by Israel's State Controller's Office that concluded in 2015 claimed that Ethiopian women were not coerced into taking the shots. How the probe arrived at that conclusion raised many unanswered questions, especially since the State Controller's Office failed to interview any of the women who had received the shot. Additionally, 2 Israeli health agencies under investigation in Ethiopia were not legally required to disclose any information. This apparent attempt at curbing the growth of a population is reminiscent of the US eugenics programs that took place between 1929 and 1970.
Oh, interesting. Who ran those programs? It wouldn't be the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, would it? Oh yeah,
Ruh-roh.
interesting. Interesting.
When over 7,600 people were forcibly sterilized, with black women disproportionately affected. Doctors in North Carolina performed the procedures without genuine informed consent from patients, often misleading them into believing the procedure was medically necessary or required for welfare benefits. Jews of African descent have long been the target of racism and discrimination in Israel. When the 1950 Law of Return granted every Jew the right to settle in Israel, Ethiopian Jews, known as Beta Israel, were initially deemed ineligible. It wasn't until 1973 when they received formal recognition and began immigrating in 1984 through secret operations carried out by Israeli intelligence agency Mossad. Another point of controversy is the status of the Falash Mora, Ethiopian Jews whose ancestors converted to Christianity. Although roughly 25,000 have been allowed to immigrate, they must undergo formal conversion upon arrival, while thousands more languish in transit camps, some for over 20 years, awaiting Tel Aviv's promised relocation. Meanwhile, in the 1990s, it was revealed that blood donations from Ethiopian Jews were routinely discarded over HIV concerns without informing the donors, sparking national outrage. Tel Aviv's racially biased practices towards
By the way, the Israeli people have actually took to the streets and chanted "N-words go home" to get the Ethiopians out. You know.
I mean, that's out of love, though.
raises
I mean,
serious
come on.
questions about his claims to be a
Did you guys see the white lady who called the little guy an N-word at the park or whatever?
Yeah.
Well. By the way, I don't know if you guys heard that guy was allegedly, I mean, he, was trying to molest 16-year-old girls on the street and stuff. So, there's a little bit more to that story, I think. Again, I'm not defending calling a little kid that, but I'm sure, people, there's been a bunch of Somalian stuff going on in Minnesota for a while. So I'm just saying, that story. I don't know even know if that story is real. I'm just saying, that was very. It looks like it could be a fake news story, but it's a weird
It
story.
definitely seems like a planted news story. The way the lady looks, she looks like an actor with the tattoo sleeve. But yeah.
Nation established as a refuge for exiled and persecuted Jews. If it selectively applies its promise of sanctuary, can Israel truly claim to be a safe haven for all Jews?
Yeah, this is getting a little bit hairy here. Okay, like after this show, I'm gonna tone down the rhetoric, but yeah, it is what it is.
So now can we talk about it?
What you mean about?
Wait, talk about what?
The
No, go ahead.
Jews.
No, go ahead. It's up to you.
So again, Dark Ages is too long ago. So in modern times, World War II is the guilt that the Europeans are still experiencing, and so we have to pay reparations for not saving them fast enough.
Yeah, that lady just said it. That lady literally said that. She said it's colonialism. That means white people.
Yep.
That's code word for white people. So, that's when you don't want to blame other factors. You say quote unquote colonialism, that means blame whitey. So that's a huge problem. That's a very simplistic view of history. And look who's saying it. It's a huge
But
problem.
where do Jews land on the race divide? Are they white like Europeans?
Well,
or are
we
they
didn't
like
land on
white
Plymouth
Jews?
Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like if you say white people, are Jews included in the group of white people, or how does that work?
They wouldn't say that.
No, they wouldn't.
So they're brown or black? Like which race are they?
They
Who are you
conflate
talking
their. They are specifically Jays in their mind. Like it's a whole nother
There's
thing.
different. There's three distinct classes. You know, right? Okay. There's Ashkenazi Jews, right? There's Sephardic Jews, right? And then there's other ethnic groups of Jews, right, from other countries, right, which
Then
make
why
up
do
another
they?
smaller portion of it.
Then why do they use the
But
word?
the majority of them are Ashkenazi.
Then why do they use the word Semite, which would include Ethiopians and Arabs and Moroccans and Egyptians and a bunch of other people?
Yeah. That's that they should not be using that. That is an imprecise term to describe their situation.
Very imprecise.
It's not like the Jews to be that retarded, so why are they doing that on
Well,
purpose?
that's why they hide behind. Like if you want to critique brown people, even Sikhs, somehow that's called Islamophobia. But then if you want to, but there's no word for hating Arabs, right? And there's a word for hating Jews, which excludes Arabs but includes them in the nomenclature. So it's fucking retarded. Obviously, I mean, right? They're conflating a bunch of terms. They're obviously, as I said before, Jews, right? Quote unquote, right? They're not all followers of Judaism, right? So there's a
that's
difference
the oldest
between
trick in the book. When
the
you try to
ethnicity. Yeah,
nail a Jew down, are you talking about their nation, their race, or their religion?
exactly. So that's the first. Sort of trick, and they're pulling that here. They're using that within this discussion, right? So yeah, if we're framing all these issues, the way they're dropping the ball here and the way they unpack all these issues is pretty much what we're trying to expose.
So here's my 2 cents, and let me see if I'm off topic or on topic here. If you're gonna play the race card, I'm gonna need to see a heritage all the way back to Jacob to confirm. If you're gonna play the religion card, which side should Christians take in a Jews versus Muslim war? And if you're going to play the nationality card, good for you. If you can defend your own country, good luck. Why am I paying to defend your country? I don't understand that part of the equation either. So,
Yeah, I just
did I
said
miss
it's
anything?
it's either Jews versus Arabs, or you could say Zionists versus Arabs, right? But I think Jews versus Muslims, I think that's too simplistic. Because why? Because most of the Jews are secular, right? And most of the Muslims are Arabs, right? So it doesn't
But
make any sense.
Zionism invokes religion. So again, if we're talking about
No, it
Muslims
doesn't. No,
versus
it doesn't.
Jews, which
No,
side should
Zionism.
Christians take?
No, let me correct you there. Zionism does not invoke religion.
It absolutely does. That's the whole reason why they hoodwink the evangelicals.
Nope. What's the most popular expression of Zionism?
To fund Israel.
No, what's the most popular expression, historically speaking, of Zionism? What is colloquially speaking? Okay, if you say the term Zionism, if you go look it up, what's the first guy that'll come up? Is it going to be a religious guy? Is it going to be a rabbi?
In the U.S.
Is it going to be a religious guy or a rabbi? Is the question. No, it's not a religious situation. It's not a religious situation. If you look up Zionism, the most popular expression of the term is 1895, Der Judenstaat, Theodor Herzl. If you're not familiar with it, I can't go ahead and unpack that terminology, right? But you would have to look into it. It's totally secular situation, right?
I understand how they flip flop between topics. So I understand why originally it was.
Oh yeah, yeah. So you have to take a nuanced view of it because they themselves are cleaving apart religious Zionism from political Zionism. So if you enter the discussion through looking at it that way, you will not be understanding it.
Why originally it was World War II guilt about Nazis killing Jews. So suddenly all the Europeans felt guilty. Like now we have to protect the Jews because we let Hitler kill a bunch of them.
We got the crucible in the chat.
But then
it says, I remember when I kicked iFi off my panel for never once appearing in camera and being demanding.
I don't know who that is or what he's talking about, but sure. Okay. And so
he's not one. He doesn't like jokes.
Okay.
Hey, go ahead.
And then they flip-flopped into the religion thing because first people started asking questions like, okay, we understand like supporting them as a secular state, as a nation. And so good luck selling the race card, by the way. But so then they appealed to the religion card. So the way you convince dumb, faux Christians is you say that the Bible teaches it's a Christian obligation to defend Judaism, which is just completely fucking retarded. And then they'll flip flop and say, no, oops, we didn't mean Judaism. We meant the Jewish race of people.
Right. Yeah, definitely. No, we've definitely covered all of this. Do you have
that's the
do you have a
religion
point?
argument. They're using religion to convince Christian retards that it is our obligation to defend the nation of Israel, whether it's
of course. Yes, of course. Yes, it's called Christian Zionism. Yes, of course.
Okay, that was my main point. Zionism is religion based. It's about religion.
No, it's not.
It's about race?
Nope.
What is it about then?
It's a secular movement. Colloquially speaking, it's derived from a guy in Switzerland named Theodor Herzl. He wrote a book, arguing that the Jews should have a homeland. Right? When he talked about Jews, he meant ethnic Jews. He did not mean religious Jews. But anyways, we got to move on to this presentation now.
Okay, that's fine.
Supporting political Zionism, and then you wake up on, the next day, this guy's running his mouth, and suddenly people are saying that you want Jewish genocide, and it's like you just fucking lying. That's just lies.
But incidentally, if you do want to find the religious underpinnings of it, you have to go back before the Protestant Reformation and look at the works of Isaac Luria and all this stuff. That's too complex. Okay, we've done that a little bit on the previous shows, and we will do some of it at the end of today's show. Right, but yeah, there's also that aspect to it. To look at the religious underpinnings of it, you have to go to the pre-Adamite hypothesis and look at the work of Isaac LaPerriere and Manasseh ben Israel and different stuff of how they invited the Jews back to England and all of this type of stuff that we've take a critical examination of before. So if you guys want that, go ahead and go to holy here. If you guys want that, go to the previous presentations. Here's one of them. Here's the channel. Right. Anyways. Yeah, I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to get Clown Bob off the stage here. So,
just outright fucking lies.
Yeah. Oh, Andrew. There's more of that scene on your side because I didn't know if all of this was just sort of from the interactions I had from his stream last night, where I was just asking him questions with super chats. Like I wasn't attacking, I wasn't saying anything, but his chat was already calling me. The Groyper thing was already festering in the chat, and so I didn't know, was that also happening on your side on other platforms? Or
well, so look, I remember I cracked a joke with AP and David Wood before the event started, and I was like, look, I understand what you guys deal with because I deal with it too, right? Where you'll go on Twitter X, for instance, and you'll be like, man, it's a great morning, and I just love being outside in the sunshine, you know.
Mhm.
And the first comment is like, "When are you going to name the Jew?"
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, yeah. That's
You're
funny.
like,
Yeah.
what? You're like, what? What are you talking? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I understand. Like,
Yeah.
I totally understand that aspect of the type of harassment that that pro-Zionist people get
Mm-hmm.
from various elements of the dissident right, right? But that does not mean that you get to conflate me and Orthodox Christians in with whatever that is, because we would not do that to you.
Right.
We wouldn't do that to you.
So here's where him starting the distancing with the Groypers begins, and we know that they're not distant from the Groypers, right? We exposed that in our previous shows, right? They colluded with the Groypers, right? Including Rachel Wilson's tweets on Twitter and the Davy Crocco videos, right? That we showed, right? And you know, obviously we've unveiled various support they've given the Groypers, right, over the past few years. So it's very a delicious surprise that they're trying to distance themselves from the Groypers at this moment in time. Right, and they're saying, "Oh, please don't call us Nazis," when this guy used to appear as Big Papa Fascist, and now he's crying about people calling him a Nazi. What delicious irony! What delicious irony!
We don't. I'm not going to classify you in some group that I don't like because it just makes it easy to make you a monolith so I can fucking attack you.
Right. Yeah, that wasn't
Yeah.
that's I think that's what made this a great debate, regardless of how you thought it went or anyone else thought it went. is that
Great debate.
You brought up you're debating a topic that's often not debated because of those tactics. And so you leave all those tactics out and suddenly there's an opening to talk about this stuff. You can talk about dispensationalism, which is a whole other arm of this that could be its own debate. And no one from our side. Now, rhetorically, you know, there might be jokes made, but that's not the way we're attacking the problem. We're going right at it and saying, "Oh, this is a good question."
I have always had a zero harassment policy. You're not allowed to go harass other channels. You're not allowed to harass creators. If I get wind of anybody doing that, they're instantly removed from,
Yeah, what a liar.
From the community.
Yeah, total lies.
Within seconds of me seeing it, it's gone. Right. Yeah. I've always been that way.
Yeah.
And so for these fuckers to try to
That's really rich.
to monolith.
Yeah. Nobody from the Crucible ever did anything wrong to us.
In the community, or else they'll get an automatic ban, he says. So the people in their community are malicious, right, and cowardly, right? And a lot of them are wingnats and groypers. They're ancillary to those groups, right? And they'll use all types of childish tactics. You know what I mean? You know, they'll talk about your family. They'll do all sorts of stuff, right, in these people's communities. Right. And then when you go ahead and explain that to any one of these people and say your platform is total nonsense, it's full of cowardly people that don't want to have a real discussion, they say you're a spurg.
See that little weasel way he's trying to get out of it. So, if I see it, it's dealt with immediately.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't see it, then you don't do anything, right?
Yeah, you should go investigate the people that these guys have been hanging out with, including the Thorpes, who were on LolCow Live, that was being given money to by that one lady that's an IDF agent on the fucking Ezra Klein show. Right. So there's a bunch of weird connect where these lower level channels are being funded by the higher level channels, and people are being paid to troll. They're being paid to troll other people and to for a year to drag people and all this type of stuff.
Yo,
I mean,
so not to interrupt you, but Mossad was caught spying on the Italian Prime Minister Meloni and senior officials to gather blackmail for extortion. Israel is doing this to every politician. This is something that's being said right now. That's pretty interesting. So like Mossad agents are out here like gathering blackmail material.
Yeah, that's par for the course.
Yeah, blessings, Rethink. Thank you for joining. Congratulations.
Specifically put me in with other groups because I disagree with political Zionism is fucking absurd and ridiculous. And they owe me an apology for it. To be honest with you, they owe me a direct apology. We're sorry, right? That we tried to fucking infer that you're some kind of like wants Jew genocide. You know what I mean? Fuck you, dude.
Yeah. Well, let's see who actually apologized. He actually apologized to them.
Well, and the other thing is this, like, why are you so afraid to be accused of that? Like, what? Who cares what people think? Like, people can make up anything. They've been doing that for at least 10 years in this sphere. So it's like, it's.
I don't know. To be devil's advocate on it, like I know at least from my perspective, if I was in that position, I would try to make a distinction against anti-Semitic and anti-heretic. I would make sure that as an Orthodox Christian that was understood. That
Well,
it's
what did
not a
Jesus say
race
when
issue.
But what did Jesus do when he was accused? Right.
Sure, but I mean, I don't know. We're not Christ,
Yeah, but my point is that if you try to correct people who are knowingly lying, I mean, I'm not saying there's no value. I'm just saying like they're obviously trying to trap you essentially. So. Like, why would they apologize when they're doing it on purpose?
No, for sure, But I think it is important to make that distinction either way, just for the audience sake. It's not really about convincing them, in any debate. I think that you're never really debating the person and trying to convert them or something. You're talking to the audience, because it what I've noticed with them is they want to paint the picture that anybody that stands against Zionism is quote a racist. But if you go this other path and say it's not about race, you know what I'm saying, then that kind of like reverses it on them, I think.
Yeah.
You don't get to put me in these categories because you just don't like my disagreement with your political ideology. Fuck that.
Yeah. And honestly, it's something to maybe carefully navigate, because you don't want some sort of like the splintering, the first cracks of a schism, because it makes Orthodox people choose between one view and the other. Right.
There should be a schism.
You don't want to cause it. You want to cause it a skizzy poo.
There should. It wouldn't be a schism first of all, because it would be walling off from heresy, which is Canon 15 of the First and Second Council. So they misapply these terms because they don't know that you can break away from heresy. But you look back in history, it's like saying the Orthodox are schismatics because they broke away from the Roman Catholics because the Roman Catholics were heretics. Anytime you're dealing with heresy, you have the obligation to wall yourself off from it. But they're more worried about just causing a divide, even if this supposed other group is pushing for Antichrist.
Yeah, this is really rich. We don't know if Zionism is an anathema. And also, we wouldn't want to have a schism with people who support the Antichrist, who we just said yesterday they support the Antichrist. What in God's name?
That's the chief argument for true orthodoxy, is that they're putting unity over truth. And we say that truth is more important, that unity comes afterwards. If we could be in communion as long as we have an understanding on our faith. If there's some compromise to the faith, then can be no communion.
These
No, I
these
know.
are these are these are catechumens.
Yeah.
These are catechumens, both of them, both him and his wife. They're both catechumens. They don't
Oh, I
speak
thought she
any
was
with
cradle.
official church authority.
Yeah.
No. Well, okay. My understanding, though, that's my understanding, is
I
that
could
both
be
of
wrong.
them are going through catechism. Now, maybe I'm incorrect
Either
there, but it
way,
doesn't really
even if they're
matter.
baptized Christians, they're newly baptized, and like you don't jump into like apologetics immediately after being baptized. Like a good priest will tell you to wait about 5 years for that. But
At
we are in some
least.
strange times, so if you have the knowledge and you have acquired that and you are proficient in it and you do have a blessing, then it might be sooner than that. But yeah, the average person doesn't, and they're not looking at these topics too deeply, so they shouldn't be, I guess, like speaking for the church.
I'm not saying anything which isn't the Orthodox view. There's nothing I'm saying which is not
Ruh-roh.
within the purview of the Orthodox view. And by the way, right, I don't even do.
So now he speaks for the Orthodox. And so now he's affirming that he speaks for the Orthodox because he's like, there's nothing I said that's not in line with the view.
Allegedly, he's an entertainer.
Right.
But
So isn't that-
didn't he just say like recently, like, I don't like to go into theology, I like to talk politics. So pick one, man. I'm just giving the Orthodox view. It's like, no, you're giving the ecumenist view.
As a general rule, any type of apologetics of any kind.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't do apologetics of any kind. And
Oh,
it just
there you go.
happened that this was a political issue which was worth pursuing, right? So I pursued it. But there's no schism that's going to happen from AP. AP, by the way, his business partner is a Protestant.
Right.
Right? They're doing like joint apologetics with a Protestant. Like this shit's going to work itself out anyway.
I blame the Protestants too, Wilson. Good job.
I mean, they're literally, in the World Council of Churches with the Catholics and the Protestants.
Exactly.
And if we heard Jay Dyer's whole presentation on dispensationalism, he had no problem using Protestant books, and authors and apologetics in defense of his points.
Also, I'm still waiting for the Ortho Bros to figure out whether or not they are part of the Catholic Church or not. They still haven't figured out the meaning of that word yet. So.
Well, the true Orthodox understand that the Catholics are heretics and that we have no communion with them according to
Protestant means against the Catholic Church. So either you're with
the
Catholic Church
the
or
Catholic
you're against
Church was the first Protestants.
it. Okay, dude. Okay, bro.
What happened was one man sees himself infallible leads to all men seeing themselves as infallible.
Yeah, or what about the fact that they use the presuppositionalism, which is literally a Protestant, Calvinist, debate tactic. So they use Protestant. They're fine with using Protestant apologetics, to support their viewpoints. It's just a problem when other people go ahead and commune with them. And
we
do shows
debate
with them.
better. That's why.
Yeah.
It's because we debate better than them, so they have to steal our shit. Nothing new.
Well,
Yeah, but it's like,
put it this way: if you were a Methodist and you went to one of these guys' jurisdictions and you said, I want to be baptized into the church, they would tell you no. And the reason they would tell you no is because they're in the World Council of Churches and they can't baptize you because they would be afraid to offend those that they're a part of the World Council of Churches in. Whereas the Orthodox Church teaches that if you're coming from a heterodox confession, you need to be baptized and charismated into the church, that your baptism wasn't valid. And so now they're like towing a political line and accepting these baptisms and the sacraments from the Protestants.
Are we getting close to the apology part? I've never heard him apologize yet. Can you fast forward to that part?
The
Yeah.
church isn't gonna fucking it's gonna work itself out anyway.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the discussion of the topic itself, like people come out of the woodworks, given their take on Zionism or anti-Zionism. It seems to be like, I don't know, not that it has any power. I'm just saying, like, you know,
Well,
it's
the
got
church. The church's position is pretty clear. The church does not say that you must support political Zionism. It does. There's no mandate for that. There's also no mandate which says that you can't support political Zionism either, right? There's no opt claim though.
So, in other words, it doesn't matter if you support it.
Crazy.
Right. Wow.
CML, you're not familiar with the "I'm okay, you're okay" theology. You need to read up on that.
Yeah, apparently I missed a whole class here.
What we're looking for is an opt claim that you must do this, and it's not there. Now, I provided logical reasons for why I think people ought not do it, but there is no church mandate that you must. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So that's the end of it. So there's not going to be any schism. There's not going to be any of that. It just is the case. The church is a hell of a lot older than me and AP. And they know their theology and dogma, you know.
Yeah.
So this debate formed less around theology and more around politics, or I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you know what, Andrew, you're kind of getting to the point, however, that where the level of the political debate you're having and the particular issue, it's almost like right next to it is your theological stance at some point, and that must be interesting for
Yeah, we both know that they didn't do either of those. He didn't talk about politics or theology in any significant manner. He said he walked into a political discussion and it became a theological discussion on accident, and that's his excuse. But really, he tried to change it into a philosophical discussion about whether you should support Zionism. And he said that, well, if there isn't any should or ought claim to support it, well, it doesn't matter if you support it or don't support it as a Christian.
Also, is this a bad time to ask about why he suddenly is against libertarians who have foreign policies about avoiding centralized global institutions?
Yeah, you got to
To
watch.
make fun of me about that.
Yeah, you got to watch the show yesterday because literally they support all this, Marxist rhetoric, from and they also support Alex Jones, and they blame the Anglo-American establishment and they blame capitalism and all this stuff. So it's actually pretty interesting if you trace their the views of the people that they collude with, right? These Alex Jones and Jay Dyer types who support the Bitcoin, sort of accelerationist, techno, what do you call it? Techno feudalism. They're all supporting that sort of thing, right? And they're supporting it under the guise of different ideas, right? Even the idea for monarchy that they have, that people think is so based, is a support for that.
Centralized global authoritarianism. These are the same guys that made fun of that IFI guy for arguing about small libertarian governments that should mind their own business and stay in their own countries. You remember that?
Well, you got to read Thiel. You got to read Thiel because he's adopting that idea into a communist plot. It's called techno feudalism. Right? So it's very interesting. Right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
For you to navigate, because it's always.
Oh yeah, and don't forget tech Zionism.
Oh yeah.
Is there an app for that?
Yeah, there must be. Yeah, it's coming soon.
Care for anybody. Their ultimate ethical standard is right there waiting to be spoken. But then you you try to keep it descriptive and debate within that system, but it's almost impossible to avoid at some level of questioning, right? So what, how do you handle that yourself? Like as these debates get bigger for you and the people you debate are going to get bigger as well. When they do push on
there's
it.
no way to completely, there's no way to completely avoid it.
Yeah.
And so I'm always prepared for that, but that's not the goal. The goal of these debates is to keep them within the realm of the political. I leave apologetics to people who specialize in apologetics.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. I specialize in the political arena, always have. I don't make orthodox content.
Yeah.
And I've never pretended that I'm an apologist, and I've never pretended that I have a ministry. I don't pretend any of those things.
Yeah.
What I'm here to do is destroy terrible political views, and I'm really good at doing it. And
Right.
AP is really mad because they're used to winning debates with Muslims and then going and
You got to turn your mic up a tad bit here. You're coming in very low a little bit sometimes.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Hello.
yeah, that's way better. Blessings.
Okay. I was just saying, allegedly, he's an entertainer. He's not an actual Orthodox. He's allegedly an Orthodox.
Right.
laughing and then coping for hours, or showing Muslim cope for hours afterwards. This time they showed their own cope for hours afterwards. I never even made a video about this.
Right.
I just left and that was the end of it. You know what I mean? He said something on Twitter. I said LOL. Could have just left it.
Yeah, he never made a video except for this one, which they mysteriously took down. Fascinating.
Did that. But no. His wife's going to come in and say everybody's a bunch of fucking gripers and evil and Jew haters, and it's all bullshit. All bullshit.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, he wants to distance himself from the groypers. There it is again.
It's just smearing. It's unfortunate because I think that's an incredibly important, relevant topic, especially.
I mean, we played the clip of January. Oh, I don't know if we could say that, but yeah, the event in Washington, right? They basically had a speech by Jay Dyer standing next to Alex Jones and and Nicholas Fuentes with Demogorgon rage, saying that he's going to take down the oligarchy. He's going to take down the oligarchs. So it was really strange. I mean, that he's involved in political activism with the groypers, but they have nothing to do with the groypers. Just sweep that one under the rug. Right?
Not even this side of it is just like covering dispensationalism. Keeping that in the target is, I think, it's pretty important. I think even to get on bigger platforms with that ultimately, because it's so
really
adjacent.
funny. Well, they destroy it. What's really funny is the whole of the world is moving towards anti-Zionism, and everybody knows this. And here's why it's happening. So, once upon a time, calling a right winger a Nazi because they disagreed with your political ideology was pretty effective. It was a pretty effective tactic.
Yeah,
you're a fascist. You're a Nazi. You're a scumbag, right? Yeah. But anyway,
or you're an anti-Semite.
I'm sorry, my wife was interrupting me during a live call.
How
Thanks,
dare
honey.
she?
But anyway, yeah. But anyway, the reason they're moving towards anti-Zionism is for this reason. Because the left used to do this all the time. You're a Nazi, you're a fascist, you're this, you're that. Because you would disagree with things like, I don't know, trans.
By the way, the guy's a hypocrite because when he was doing the debate on Alex Stein with the guy who believes in Atlantis, he literally called the guy an anti-Semite. And he called himself Big Papa Fascist. That was his own name. So how's this guy not the biggest fucking hypocrite on the planet right now? Saying, please don't call me a Nazi. And crying about it because he'll get deplatformed. I mean,
because
incredible.
You just pointed out the obvious. That's all he cares about is clicks and subscribers. That's the only thing he cares about in this whole debate.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about. He doesn't even care about his religion. He doesn't care about principles, politics, anything. All he cares about is clicks and subscribers. So there you go. You just figured it out. You get the cookie.
Transgender, transgenders, reassigning their sex, suddenly you're a fascist, you're a Nazi, you're this and that.
Yeah.
Well, it becomes so diluted, right, that it reduces very quickly to, I just disagree with your view. Well, here's this label for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's happening in the Zionism debate too. It's anybody who comes out and says that they're anti-Zionist instantly is getting labeled as a Jew hater or a Nazi or this or this or this or this or this.
Yeah.
For not supporting a contrary political ideology. And so it becomes diluted. It becomes diluted to the point where more and more people are far more comfortable just saying that out loud because they don't care about the consequence of it. They're like, well, I think it's fine to say that I'm anti-Zionist, and I don't think that means that I hate Jewish people. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of anti-Zionist Jews, by the way. A lot of anti-Zionist Jews.
Yeah.
A lot of anti-Zionist Jewish rabbis.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Look at
so
the
what
Orthodox
happens is
Jews.
they
They're
dilute it.
yeah. Good.
Yeah. So they dilute in many ways their own worst enemy because they dilute the power of actually calling somebody anti-Semitic who is. They dilute all the power of that.
Maybe Andrew, you can have a round 2, but stand in as Orthodox Jewish position. Get a hat and some added curls, and because I think that would be an interesting debate anyway. Is someone like AP or anyone like him in that position actually debating an Orthodox?
Well, one of the primary Orthodox Jewish.
How are they missing the obvious token Jew, Dave Smith? Duh. Everybody, are they not evolved enough yet to see obvious, easy answers, or what? Oh yeah, they're Ortho Bros. Never mind.
To Zionism is that they were trying to force the second coming. That's why I brought this up. That was one of the primary objections pre-Herzl and post-Herzl. They didn't want, they thought
they never brought up once the ideas of Theodore Herzl and their complete joke of a fucking debate that they had.
Not once.
Which is not even once. And now he's talking about pre-Herzl, post-Herzl, and the idea of messianism.
A little too late to mention them now. Way too late.
Yeah.
that you trying to play the game of I'm going to trick God into giving us a Messiah didn't work very well the first time around when they tried to trick God and giving him a king, right? So,
and by the way, how is that not anathematized? In what world or planet is that not anathematized?
That was a primary objection, and still, by the way, is a primary objection, which I completely understand. Brought it up during the debate, right? And from our view, so people were like, well, you're claiming that the Antichrist is going to be Jewish. No, I didn't. I said the opposite. I said it may not be the Antichrist, but any false Messiah will be, by its very nature, Antichrist. Period.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
that is not even debatable.
Yeah. $10. By the way, while you have Andrew on here, that would be the time to super chat him a question.
So
if
is
you
it
want.
a religious
Nick
debate
says,
or
is there any
political
truth to the
debate,
claim that,
Wilson?
quote,
I'm
sources
confused.
should be cited?
Right. Which one is it? Right. See, he switched between the two topics.
He just said, I didn't get involved because of the religious stuff. I'm only here to debate the political stuff. And then he just points out the whole anti-Christ
Right.
thing.
Right. Exactly. And that was his main argument. Was a religious argument.
Do you
So
see
it's
how
fucking
retarded
amazing.
these guys are? Like, why does anyone debate these people? I don't understand. This is the part I can't follow.
Well, that's what we're here exposing, is that this is not a debate. It's totally fake. It's what it actually is these large organizations that are involved with the news channels, right? They're so-called fake alternative media that's funded by the main news channels like PBS and all this stuff. They're literally funded by the feds, right? And they're there to gatekeep these issues. They literally get paid to gatekeep these issues. It's not a debate on any sizable level. It's just a hashing out of various narratives that are prepackaged. They got the memos in advance to support these narratives.
So the Ortho Bros are the new Catholics? That's a neat plot twist.
Well, see, that's why you got to watch the presentation from yesterday, because they're very, very friendly to Jesuits, including Jay Dyer going on Piers Morgan to run defense for the Jesuits. So, you know, they will commune with Catholics if push comes to shove. They'll commune with the Catholics, right? They are undercover, ecumenicist, Zionist supported, at least, right? Whether or not they visibly express support for Zionism, that's another thing. They say, doesn't matter if you do, doesn't matter if you don't. That's what he said.
Correction, they will tolerate the Goyim Catholics like the Daily Wire, but not the uppity ones like Candace
Exactly.
Owens.
Exactly.
You know, Candace Owens is a Catholic, but her own Catholics won't defend her against the Jews.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
but
that's
she's already
hilarious.
married to the Rothschild or whatever, so she's fine.
Speaking of Daily
She'll be
Wire,
fine.
did you see when Matt Walsh came right out and said that Israel shouldn't exist? I don't know where they're going with that tangent, but
Wait, who said that?
Matt Walsh of the
Oh,
Daily
wow.
Wire.
Wow, that's interesting.
Google it right now. Google
Yep.
Tucker Carlson interview with Matt Walsh, where Matt Walsh directly says Israel should not exist.
Wow.
At all.
Yeah,
No. Wait. He didn't. He said not only should it not exist, it already does not exist now.
Wow.
Yeah, go play that, dude. You gotta
That's
see
interesting.
that shit.
That's interesting. I wonder what his opinion is on Vatican II and all this type of stuff. I mean,
That's rather goofy.
Nostra Aetate and all that stuff. Right? But yeah,
I think this is like almost going into like gaslight territory, because like the Daily
Right.
Wire knows they're boned, and so
Exactly right.
they're like, maybe if we pretend like one of our token Catholics has the freedom of speech, everyone will respect us again.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Because when he said that, I was like, wait a minute. Are you the same Matt Walsh that like threw Candace Owens under the bus when she just said Christ is king?
Right. Total gay ops. Yeah, exactly.
You can't say Christ is king,
100%.
but you can say Israel doesn't exist, nor should it ever exist. I was like, what the fuck? How is this possible? What parallel universe do we live in? But anyways.
On Carlson, no less.
But anyways, that's more entertaining than listening to these orthotards trying to figure out whether or not they like Jesus or not.
Yeah,
look at that look on Jim Bob's face. He's like, do we love Jesus or not? Are we the baddies?
Yeah, I think it's starting to dawn on him now that he's like, but now he's had to drink that stuff that they give you in Black Mirror before you go on stage and go on the whatever podcast. So I don't know.
Yikes.
Yes, I don't know. He's probably a different guy now.
Cited in a formal debate. That's what AP's supporters kept saying in the comments.
But the source for a logical argument.
Right, that became they weren't clear on what they were meaning about that. I think, like, let's say some of them were like, can you source that there's messianics who are trying to have a concerted effort toward
AP.
Yeah,
I just went with AP's numbers.
Yeah.
AP said there's 30%, and I just granted it immediately. Okay,
Oh,
it's
got it.
30%.
Yeah.
Numbers
So whatever
I have,
his source.
the numbers I have show much. Yeah, the numbers I have show much higher.
Right.
But he said 30%, only 30%. And I was like, that's it? Only? It's only 30% of a country that wants to have a second Messiah?
Right, I remember that part.
Well, I think, so they're really, for me, I was using logical arguments. I don't know what sources you want for logical arguments.
Right. It's a premise. If that's the case.
What source can I give for those?
Yeah. Yeah, the source doesn't make sense. If you used his source, the source is already agreed on. Like 30% is fine.
Yeah, we agree on it.
Yeah. So
I'm always happy to grant the other person's worldview and their sources and still destroy their ideology. I think that's 10 times more effective.
Andrew, I don't know if you asked him this, but if it hold on, yeah, you can ask in a second. I don't know if you did ask this, but I wonder what the answer would be if you said, at what percent would you then say we shouldn't support them? Because if it's 30, Would it be like 51? Would it be like 65?
He would have.
Like,
He would say. He would have said always. He would have said always up to
Okay.
whatever point.
okay.
Because that would be better than Muslims. That's his whole ideology is like this is just better than Muslims.
Right. Yeah, go ahead. Someone
You
who
know.
wanted to ask a question. Go
But
ahead.
Hey,
Anyone?
so AP was saying something that I found quite confusing during the debate as well as after. He said that he was not making an ought claim. He said that during the debate and he reiterated it afterwards. Like, is he just stupid? Does he not know what he's talking about? Or like, I don't understand that at all.
Yes, he is stupid. Him and David Wood covered this, in fact, right? That was very stupid. He was like, well, should can mean two different things. So David Wood gives this example. He says, you should drink this glass of water, right? Or you should try some of this water. I think that was the example. You should try this, or you should try some of this bacon, or you should try some of this ham, right? He said, and that's a different claim than you shouldn't do X or you should do X. And I'm like, well, which claim do you think we're going with here? Do you think we're going with, oh, hey, you should wear a sleeveless T-shirt, right? To this event, or do you think we're going with like you shouldn't murder people?
So we're going with intellectual masturbation instead of historical facts, or even scripture.
And there's nothing new under the sun.
Right. Like, what holds more weight, people? Is it historical facts and actual scripture? You know, when you're discussing political theology, or is it just wishy-washy philosophical juxtapositions and hypothetical dogmatism?
Actually, facts don't care about your feelings.
You're watching a critique on Zionism, support for Zionism by Christians, okay, who are taking a neutral stance on Zionism. You can't be neutral on a moving train. To be neutral is to support the status quo, to support the winning side, which is the Zionists. All right, so welcome to the discussion. Yeah, allegedly.
Quote unquote Christians.
Exactly.
Which thing do you think we're going for here when we're talking about should, David? And it was pretty clear that was just pure code. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what else would should mean here other than ought?
He could have
What else would it
said
mean?
if, like some conditional, like an if, because David Wood said, well, there's a bleeding man. If you want to help the bleeding man, you could, or you should, if you want him to live or something like this. Fine. It's just that it didn't seem like in the debate, AP actually shifted even to that, the if statement, and got you to agree with any
and by
condition.
the way, if he says I'm not making an ought claim, right? Then what did we have a debate about?
Yeah, isn't that the
What was
topic
this
of the
debate supposed
debate?
to be about then?
Yeah.
Literally, that's what I said.
So the debate, has nothing to do with meta ethics. Right, at least on the pure face of it. Right, and he's not debating somebody who's an expert in philosophy. He's using these philosophical, gotchas, right, and then saying, well, what else can the debate be about? Right, so it's clear that he's hiding behind philosophy, right, when he's saying he's there to discuss politics, right, when he's actually there discussing theology. So I'll have you guys make up your mind on what his actual aim is here, right? But, it's clearly not being straightforward or good faith. In other words.
Should Christians support Zionism? Ought they do that?
Right.
That's an ought claim. Should is ought.
Right.
Should, shouldn't, ought not.
Mhm.
Right? Ought they do that? I'm not making an ought claim. Yes, you're making an ought claim. Otherwise, why are you debating this? What's the point? If you're just saying, well, they can if they want to, then it's like, well, then what's the debate here?
Got you.
What's the debate?
Yeah. What is the debate? That is the
what's
debate.
Yeah, they can if they want to. I would be like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he should
have.
have. Maybe he should have agreed to if the prompt was, "Do I like Zion? Like, do I like helping?" or something like that. Not like should Christians specifically, not even just the nation, the Christians. It's actually very precise. It's not even like should America generally, it's Christians specifically. So it's a doubly latched, as I would say, to a starting point. So I don't know, man. That was it at the very least, it's going to continue what I think is a pretty necessary topic in the era that we're in. More important than is God real?
It's enveloping. Yeah, this is a hugely important geopolitical topic now. And so here's what happened, right? There's a
So he just admitted that problems of geopolitical importance that are current issues, right, that have historical relevance are way more important than philosophical questions like, is God real though? That's what he just said. He just now pointed that out. But then whenever they try to have a debate about the issue, they obfuscate to the philosophical problems and the ethical issues instead of debating about the on-the-ground facts.
The title
Series
of
of
the debate
events.
is focused on religion. So if the question was, should Americans support Israel, that would be a different debate. If it is, do mixed races support Ashkenazi people, that would be a separate debate. The question was, should Christians support Judaism? The answer is no, you fucking retards. End of debate. There's no debate after that.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
the debate would be why.
The debate is
How's my
there's no why.
how's my
That's the
audio?
end of
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's okay.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right. Yeah. It's all based on a false eschatology that I believe, as a Christian, I believe the Christian community has been duped into believing that Jerusalem has not been destroyed. The second temple, there's no talk of a third temple in the scriptures to be built. It's all based on false eschatology, and some of the people have fallen for it through, even I fell for it. I studied under a scholar who studied Greek and Hebrew from the Dallas Seminary, and Dallas Seminary teaches Schofield Reference Bible created by the Darby Connection. Whereas they had to have the, I don't know. I still believe it's created by Rome. Rome controls these fake fucking Jews. And look at Constantine was just over the on the other side of the Black Sea was the Khazars, and some kind of connection goes on there. Anyway, it's like
definitely.
Fiddler on the Roof shit. These guys, ortho boys, they do exactly the opposite of what the scriptures say. It says, call no man your father and don't follow traditions of men. I believe all the the books of the fathers were all created in the 1800s by one man named Alexander. I forget his name, but he had 50 volumes on the first century so-called fathers.
Oh, stop,
and before that,
stop it.
No, it's true. I can give you
it's not true, man.
It is true. It's all bullshit. All them you quoting so-called fathers from the first century, they were created in the 18th century.
To act as
they
if
were all made up bullshit.
It says, listen to our words and our epistles.
It says the Bible, that no word of the scriptures would be, but it doesn't say anything about following Father. There you go, exactly against what the scripture says. Don't give anybody the title of Father,
Paul say,
and don't follow the traditions of men. You're doing exactly the opposite of what the scripture says.
No, that's not true. You do, because
Yeah,
Paul says to call himself a father. Why does he say that, Rocky?
He was talking to people that he brought into the church.
Yeah, exactly.
He
Just
was
as
there.
bishops and priests bring people into the church. because they're continuations of the apostles.
Yeah, but the first century, half of those books.
But
How
where
come
did you
some
hear
of you follow
Iraq?
one father and the other? You got 50 different fathers, and half of them speak different against each other. Which fathers? So you're going to, and all 50 of those fathers there's 50 volumes written by one guy.
Right,
And
right. But
he's
Rocky, real quick though, where
okay,
did you
sorry.
find out that they were invented in the 1800s?
Recently, about a month ago.
Right. But where? Like, what's the source?
Oh, it's
of
on
it?
the channel called Jason Jack. Jason Jack.
Get real.
So
Satan's Little Season. Satan's Little Season. Jason Jack. Just
So
look at.
it's
I can
partial
put it
predator.
in. I can
Partial
put it in
predator.
the back.
Yeah, put it in the
I'll
back.
put
Yeah,
it
put it in the back. Yeah, put it in the chat because you have a mod, so you can put it in the chat. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, definitely.
Right. And has created this political quagmire we find ourselves in, where you're right about the untangling. So there was lots of JQ people and people who were like, Israel bad, Israel sucks, we hate Israel, Jews are bad, they suck, we hate Jews, right? There's tons and tons of those for, I don't know, like maybe the last 40 years. There was a lot of that came to prominence. And it was indeed fringe stuff, right? It's like really very fringe. It's very, people stayed away from it. They thought it was nonsensical. They thought it was stupid, this and that. But then after these October 6th attacks happened, right? The whole world started looking directly at this nation. The whole world. Well, now this has come to the forefront. And as more and more people begin looking.
Right. See that he's spreading Zionist propaganda. He's like, it's the October 6th attacks. It wasn't the indiscriminate killing of the Palestinians by the Zionists. Right. Pretty weird. You know how he phrased that. He's like, oh yeah, it was this special event. It's like, meanwhile, everybody's always been looking at that place, right? Because of the indiscriminate killing.
Looking at this conflict and at what's going on there, more and more people are asking the question about why it is that the United States must support this political ideology for this ethno-Jewish state. They're asking the question. It's a legitimate question to ask. Well, when they ask the question, right, the kind of counter that they get is, so you're one of these fringe groups that was talking about this a long time ago who thinks that all the Jews need to die and blah, 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 blah. That's the counteroffensive, right?
Yeah, that's because you didn't make an argument based off of political and ethnic Judaism. You made an argument based off of Antichrist and magic Jewish blood. So what do you expect them to think? Right? You literally set yourself up for that, and now you're crying about it. Right? It's unreal. The cope is unreal.
But it does a greater disservice to the kind of pro-Zionist apologists to just call everybody that,
right,
than it would be to actually just take the time to make refutations for their arguments. Because the more people that if you look at the latest polls on the support for Israel in the United States, it's overwhelmingly waning.
Yeah.
Like overwhelmingly it's waning. And it's waning year over year over year, and it's going to continue to do so. And it's because,
by the way, they all got some kind of memo recently, right? We're looking at Owen Benjamin, who's on the Zionist platform InfoWars. We're looking at Matt Walsh, who's on the Zionist platform Daily Wire, right? They all got the same memo, and they're like that they should go against supporting Israel now, right? So I don't know what it is, right? Okay, but it's clear that all of these Zionist-supported platforms that have always been very friendly in supporting Zionism and the Jews didn't just wake up yesterday and just all of a sudden start criticizing them. Okay, something else is going on, right? For people who are paying attention, all right? It's probably a white nationalist dog whistle or something like that. Okay, that they're trying to confuse the Christians, lead them to slaughter again, all right, fighting one of their fake wars or something like that, right? So it's really clear. All right, what's going to happen, right?
Because these people won't argue, they just want to demonize you.
Yeah, it's just
That's it.
it's
And
show.
by
And
the
that,
way, what are these guys doing other than setting the Christians up as the scapegoats in this entire scenario? Right? That's exactly what they're here to do. Right? People better wake up. Right? Yeah, the Christians that are being used as cannon fodder, right? Okay, to fight the Arabs for Israel, right? Those Christians, right? I mean, those Christians.
it's getting real old. The whole smear thing. It's like I'm fine with an insult at the tail end of a counter argument. I'm totally fine being called all sorts of names, but you can't do it at the front and leave out the counter. Vincent, maybe you can answer this for $25. Is it true Christians were against interest, compound interest, and it's the bagel people?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. A lot of people would agree with you on that. Right? Christians have no country, so why would they even support Israel in the first place? Right? It makes no sense. Right? Why would Israel be God's country? Right? So we could ask that to the Christian Zionists. That's very true. Christians have no country. Right? Yeah, definitely agree with that one. I mean, from the little I do know about, the Christian teaching, because there's so much to learn about it, right? I've only taken a maybe introductory view, but according to most people, according to the knowledge of most people, I'm pretty much a specialist. Okay, which is sad to say. Okay, because people should just be knowing a lot more than they actually know. I mean,
At the time did, and that's why they get kicked out of so many. That might be one element. Historically, countries who didn't want to go on to a sort of usury-based system, perhaps that's one element. I think there's cultural elements. Maybe
no.
I don't know.
This is much more complicated. So that was political finance that moved into political finance, especially. Jews were set in a way where they were put in positions where they were allowed to do this, and you can even call it a necessary evil on behalf of the state, who often needed to borrow money. The crown needed to borrow money. You can look up.
Okay, so now he's talking about the stuff that I explained in my earlier presentations with Edward, why he expelled the Jews. Okay, with Cromwell, why he brought the Jews back. Right, they're talking about court Jews. They're talking about, the entire idea here, right? So now they're talking about how Jews gained prominence in England, right?
There's an old term called court Jew. Not kidding, it's a real term for court Jew. But it was often the case that Jews were exempt from those laws, and they were, because of the occupations they were or were not allowed to have. A lot of them ended up doing that type of thing, finance and loans and stuff like that. But that wasn't through necessarily any fault of their own, but rather that they just were not able to be integrated into society. They didn't,
Well, those societies did hold them at fault for usury, for charging exorbitant interest on their loans. Right, so he's saying that all of those kings that expelled the Jews, none of them had a good reason to do it, right? Okay, because it was through no fault of their own that Jews chose these professions, right? Okay.
Various crowns may not have wanted them there for whatever reason.
Right. Yeah, so it's more complex than just usury versus no usury dogmatic positions.
Well,
It's more complex than usury versus no usury. That's very interesting, right? Well, obviously they're trying to backtrack, right, and trying to clean up and sweep under the rug all of those claims, because they're being now charged with anti-Semitism and all the sorts. Right, so now they're, you got to clean it up.
Any of these people, and it doesn't matter which side they're on. If you monolithically tell me that the problems of the world are due to Jews, you're just fucking stupid, and that's incorrect. It's wrong, and it has nothing, and it's ridiculous on its face. The world is infinitely complex, super complex, and
Mhm.
tons of people have different motivations for the things that they're doing.
Right. I would go
But at the
further.
same time,
Go ahead.
but at the same time, if you tell me that there no problems in the world are due to Jews in power, that's equally ridiculous. You know what I mean? So both stances are equally ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the scapegoating aspect would not only be
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous because what is a Jew that they're talking about? Again,
Yeah, what's a Jew? I'd like to know. What the fuck?
right? Like if you figure out first what a Jew is, then we could say why people blame the problems of the world on them. They could be talking about 3 different things, to my knowledge, when they blame something on a Jew. Right? So,
Yeah, it's all Roman bullshit.
you talk about ethnic, they may be racist, blaming it on their ethnicity, right? Okay, they may be against the religion.
Yeah, they lost. Nobody knows who the true Jews are anymore. They got lost they scattered. And then the Judaism religion is a false religion because there's a new covenant. And then Israel was destroyed in 70 AD. So it's a fake Israel. They're all 3 fake. All 3 of them. Fake, fake, fake. Fake, fake, fake. Hey, that goes FFF. Fake, fake, fake.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, they can't
A true
think
Christian should know that. Christians should know that, but they want to follow their traditions of the Roman made up fathers created in the 1800s by Holt. What's his name? Holt. Will Scott and Holt or something. It's connected.
ridiculous.
It's connected.
Too reduced, but also ends up being like ultimately like a blame game, which is not very empowering, I would say, or even a Christian take, right? There's no active take in just pointing or just making lists of people that have similar last names that sound like Bergenstein or whatever. It's like such a wasted effort at that point. It's just it's low tier.
Yeah, that's not making arguments or following logic at that point. That's looking for something altogether different.
This is a good question for you, Andrew.
I mean, they're kind of ignoring the fact that, as we said, there is a overrepresentation of just ethnic Jews just within American politics or any of those things, right? So they're not being honest about it. I mean, but like for example, they could have mentioned things like AIPAC or some of those well-known facts, about support for Zionism in American politics. Okay, and that might help move along your little alt claim or whatever it is. I mean, come on. I mean, let's use actual facts. There's huge things, that are transpiring on the ground that you're ignoring, and then you're saying, well, it doesn't matter if you do support it or don't support it. You're being extremely lukewarm on a very key issue and acting like, then acting like you're being accused of anti-Semitism and all this stuff, and you went hard, and that you're taking this abrasive stance and you're putting your foot down. None of that's actually happening here.
Yeah, it's all connected to Rome. Westcott and Hort and the Ortho boys are all connected to Westcott and Hort, who changed the scriptures back in the 1800s, and they made up a bunch of first century fathers. It's all connected. It's all connected. The fake Jews are Romans. Created by Rome.
Establishment and these talking Muppets operate all stems from communist tactics, correct? He's asking. I don't know.
Well, I would put a lot of it up to Alinsky's rules for radicals, right? So,
okay, so they've admitted so many times that they use socialist, Marxist, leftist tactics like Alinsky's rule for rules for radicals and other Marxist tactics from the Frankfurt School and all that stuff to quell their opposition. Okay, obviously it's highly unadvisable to use the same tactics as your enemies, right? But this is exactly what they promote. They've done that many different times, right?
If you look at the smear campaigns, they're always essentially the same.
Yeah.
And so, the idea here is just if a person's making a good point or they're moving against a political ideology or something like this, demonize the shit out.
By the way, there's a huge reason for this here, Shadow Buddha. This takes a series of explanations. Why the Ortho Bros always reference logic and Aristotle, but the Greeks and Romans would be degenerate. Why don't they reference logic from the Bible? I think you can read St. Augustine's City of God, right, to compare the philosophy of the Romans with, his view of the City of God, other ideas. And of course, he's adopting Platonic philosophy. Now, they had lots of, ideas against, Aristotle using Plato, right? And the reason why they did this was because you had to bring those divine things down to the earthly realm in Aristotle, right? The Aristotelians were always trying to muddle, metaphysical concepts and bring them into the worldly realm. And the Christians, they needed them to be apart, in their own realm. You know what I mean? So that they could be exist in the mind of God, like how St. Augustine and all these guys intended. So they championed Plato above Aristotle. Now, when we got to the Middle Ages, all of that changed, right? Because of different ideas, right? You had different ideas in the occult and Aristotelianism, and in the medieval time that led to the Protestant Reformation. Right. And ultimately, they abandoned the Platonic and the Aristotelian framework for philosophy itself, right, because of the Enlightenment in the 16th century. So there's all of these historical reasons why all that happened, right? Right. And a lot of it could be that this is the history that we're telling, that they're explaining to us, like Rock E says. So it's part of an agenda, right, to tell you that certain things unfolded a certain sort of a way. Right? So that it looks like there's a sort of Judeo-Christian Platonic synthesis going on when there was never such a thing. Such a thing is completely ahistorical, right? But they're trying to repackage history in this format, right? We have to think, right? We have to think hard, right? But giving our minds over to prepackaged narratives, okay, by internet entertainers who get paid to tell you what they think, right, is probably not a good idea. You're going to have to do some independent, multidisciplinary research in order to get to the truth. I'm sorry. It's not going to be easy. Right? But obviously it requires a lot of nuance and all that stuff. I mean,
out of them, and generally if you plate them with other groups who are generally fairly odious or up to nefarious things or bad people, that damages their credibility, and that's the point, right?
Would you at least say some of the problems that we see in the world are
yeah, I'm a Muslim because I observe the 5 pillars. How come you get to decide what a Muslim is and what a Muslim isn't, and you're some fucking random white guy? Get a clue, dude. What is a Muslim? Why don't you tell me? It's somebody who observes the 5 pillars, which I observe. Right? Now, you don't get to decide who a Muslim is. That's between God and the Muslims. Right? Just like being a Jew and being a Christian, that's up to them and God. That's between them and God. All right, so let's be honest here, right? Let's be serious here, right? And we classify you as somebody who has faith in science instead of religion. Prove me wrong.
Because of Jay Dyer?
Well, no, I mean, he's probably 60%.
Just,
maybe
trouble.
70%.
He's causing all sorts of trouble.
Maybe 70%. He does cause a lot of trouble.
That was fun. His appearance, that was a good move, putting him on there. He did well in the short bit segment on Pierce. That was awesome.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to assist people on, getting where they're trying to go. It's really funny too, because a lot of these guys, like, I'm happy to help all these people, all these different creators. The problem is like they want to do a debate, they want to keep it friendly, and then they end up becoming like vicious little cunt bags. So
yeah,
then I'm like, well, fuck you. I'm not going to help you with shit. I'm not going to help you with nothing. Why should I?
Yeah. Well, it's just like a cascade of pride. I even understand coming off of like a good debate where you feel like you definitely won. Smearing is like, because they could, and it's also true. Yeah, it's also true, right? Yeah,
this is all cope right here.
Yeah.
They turned it very personal. They attempted to deplatform is what you're trying to do. The whole point is an attempt to deplatform.
Okay, here we go. This is important.
The thing is that they turned this very personal. They turned it very personal. They wanted to categorize it as you hate Jews.
Right.
And so, the second you do that, right, you've now actually attempted to deplatform is what you're trying to do. The whole point is an attempt to deplatform.
Right. So he's trying to save face so that he doesn't get deplatformed. It has nothing to do with telling the truth. It has to do with whether the appearance of whether you hate Jews or not. Right. So it's not about ideological purity. It's not about defending the truth. It's about not getting deplatformed. Because let's face it, how are you going to get money? How are you going to get all the money if you're deplatformed? Right.
Yep. You see him? He's got the grifter talk. It's like, look, I'll help you out. You
Right,
play
right.
along. I'll help you out. But once you go against me, like, fuck you.
He's a Nazi, he's evil, he's this, he's that. Especially by straw manning the positions that I'm giving, which are just logical claims against a political ideology. It has nothing to do with the idea that there's some ontological evil of Jewish people. It's insanity. I'd never make any type of claim like that. So
right. That's what that's
the point. It's like,
yeah, that's what happened though.
Yeah,
like
well, it's just the attempt to villainize. That's the problem. And it's like, well, if you're gonna do that, then then I'm gonna play the fucking villain.
Yeah,
if
that's
you're
what.
gonna make me the villain, I'm gonna play the villain.
You don't want to ask you to play the villain. I mean, they should go the other direction for sure.
I'm really fucking good at it, but that's what it is. It's a deplatforming attempt. It's an attempt to deplatform because you had a debate about one fucking topic.
No, Miss Apostate. Sorry, listen, lady. Nobody's trying to deplatform. If you come in and start the rhetoric that I'm a groiper or anyone else's, that is the first step toward being targeted for that. So
towards deplatforming. Yeah.
So keep your mouth shut.
Listen, the Muslims do.
Keep your mouth shut.
And we get to the spicy.
Because we don't want to get deplatformed. So keep your mouth shut about us being groipers. Okay. Or else what? Or else what? Well, he admits it. He says, they'll strike your channel. He says, you want to play around? You want to play these fucking games? They'll strike your channel if you call them a fucking groiper, if you connect them with the fucking groipers. They said, you want to take away my cash money livelihood? I'll fuck with you, buddy. That's what they're saying. And all of a sudden they go and apologize to the guy who they say supports Antichrist. This is the narrative, folks.
Crazy.
Total Clownplexx, Poserflex.
Do the same shit. Misprofit. They do the same things. They come in and they say, this is anti-Semitic, it's anti-Islamic, it's anti-Muslim, it's anti-this, anti-that. Then what happens is a cascade effect. Then they start contacting CARE, and they start contacting different Muslim organizations, who then contact lawyers, who then contact YouTube, who then say demonetize, deplatform. The cascade effect.
Oh, it's the Jews. I mean, it's the Muslims that are deplatforming people. It's not the ADL that's deplatforming people. What a fucking joke. What fucking world does this guy live in? What the hell did he just say? What a weird comment. Right? You think CARE has anywhere near the same power as the ADL? You're obviously worried about being called anti-Semitic. Right?
100%.
You're battling against people who literally make video after video after video talking about how Islam is evil. Okay, they get to do it. Okay, they get to say Islam is about PDF stuff. Islam is about indiscriminate killing, all that stuff. They say all of that stuff. They say Islam is about murder and grape, but Judaism is God's religion on their channel all the time. He's debating against people who say that. They're allowed to say that, but we're not allowed to criticize the Jays on these networks. We're shadow banned to hell. Okay, we've been struck several times at this point, right? So this is just what's going on, right?
Don't pretend you don't know it, because I know for sure that there's Christians on your side of this that had that happened.
It's funny that he told AP's wife to keep her mouth shut. If I was that motherfucker, I'd be like, "How dare you talk to my wife that way?" Pretty weird, even.
Yeah,
they've had it happen.
Yeah,
and so it's like, don't bullshit me. Stop bullshitting me. I've been in this game for a long fucking time. I have a ginormous channel, dwarfs all you fucking little pukes channels. Okay, dwarfs it significantly. We're not even in the same universe.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? There's thoughts that are playing video games that have more subscribers than Andrew Wilson. And by
it's
the
funny
way,
how Uyghur was saying, like, you're a pipsqueak, bro. You only got a few thousand. I got a few million.
yeah, that's right. And let's look up the Crucible, right? The Crucible right now, right? 173K subscribers. This guy AP has just by himself, and they have 2 or 3 channels. Okay, on his one channel alone, he has 500K subscribers. So what are you talking about? His channel totally dwarfs your channel. What are you talking about? And you think that this guy's not totally backed by the Zionists? He has way bigger guns than you have. Right? You follow a priest that's not even recognized by the church that you belong to. Then what are you going to have Peter here save you? This guy's got big Zionists backing him. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
First, your pathetic 1.8K combined with David Wood is a joke to me. It's a joke.
That's again the audience, the number of people viewing the shows. That could all just be bots, right? So
don't tell me. I've been in here for a long time watching as you fuckers do this shit over and over and over. Just stop. Just stop. It's all lies. That's all bullshit. It's all lies. It's step one towards villainization to move towards deplatforming. You've seen it 100 times.
Yeah. So yeah, don't pretend that. You came in calling people groypers. That has an effect, like Andrew just said. Stop pretending like it didn't come out of your mouth. Okay. Just own up to it. You shouldn't come into chats. You shouldn't be online categorizing people that are notoriously targeted by the platforms that run, the companies that run these platforms. If they even think that, right, you're basically putting a lot of us our incomes in jeopardy just because you have a big mouth and you can't shut up in the chat. Okay.
Oof.
Yeah, because why? Because you want to villainize your husband's opposition.
Right.
Now, all you had to say was like, I think Andrew lost. That's fine.
Yeah.
You just be like,
Andrew me or Andrew Dick.
He's wrong about this
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, or Andrew
Whatever.
Dick or this
Yeah.
or that. But it's like, no, what you want to do is you want to politically classify me and put me in an arena with people who are politically disenfranchised because of their views.
Yeah.
So just stop fucking lying to me. How about we just start with that? Stop fucking lying and bullshitting me. It's never going to work in a million years. You'll never be able to gaslight me. I've seen it 100 times.
When they wanted to grow their little network, it was fine to collude with the Groypers and the Bears. But now you have to distance yourself from those people. Those are the disenfranchised hordes. They'll get you deplatformed. See how it is, folks? Total sellouts.
Your income is not in jeopardy. I didn't. Unbelievable, this lady. I didn't say my income is in jeopardy right now. I said when you start slandering people and you put them in a category, it could end in that. Do you understand that, lady? Do you understand?
She's calling them what they are. Coward Christian grifters. probably fake Christians. She's calling them what they are. I mean, she's saying you're hiding behind all this stuff. She said, well, we're backed by Zionists. What are you going to do about it, bub? And we're part of your same church. What are you going to do about it?
Sheesh.
Bow. Apologize.
Exactly. Kiss the ring.
Holy smokes.
Because you're still defending it. You're like, well.
Hey, there's on Amazon, they got 28 volumes, the early church fathers, written by Alexander Roberts and Philip Schaff. $3,000. If you, all you ortho boys got $3,000, just buy all these books.
Oh, come on,
Isn't
Rocky,
that just
stop,
isn't that
man.
just an anthology, dude?
They were supposedly Alexander Roberts finding the originals and translating them into English, but it was all the 1800s. It's all a false narrative, is all it is. They got you reading these books, and you don't even know. You don't even got the books. I'm just trying to warn you, ortho boys, you're following the wrong bullshit.
No, you're following the wrong thing, and in your rebellion against authority,
authority. The Lord's
you-
my authority. The scriptures is my authority.
Yeah, well, if you followed Christ, you'd follow his apostles and himself, who established the church, and the 12 were bishops. Anyways,
Boy, sounds
I
Catholic.
figured
to
out
me.
what the whole game plan is. Why these they're denouncing Zionism now is because they're about to pass a law for anybody who speaks negatively about Israel. You can face jail time or a very large fine. So I think what's going to happen is they're trying to like goad people in to doing this so they get popped, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a massive honeypot. I mean, and the thing is that this is why we're gonna have to take this video off and put it on the other channel, because we just don't support things like this. I mean, we could see the way the tide's going, and yeah, we're gonna just have to tone down the rhetoric and move in a different direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I don't want to add fuel to the fire, and they're obviously doing this for a reason. I mean,
yeah.
And I care about this country. So anyways, I'm gonna let Mike. Let's let Mike and Rock E talk to each other, and I'm gonna pray and be right back. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Blessings.
Yeah,
What's going on, Mike?
Hey, how's it going, Rocky?
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Pretty good.
I don't know. What are we supposed to talk about? The machine lies seem to think I was fearing him or something, which obviously I have no power to fear anybody, being an infidel.
What's that mean?
It means it's like excommunicate, like the Catholics would say you're not a Catholic anymore. I said, I can't believe the machine lies is still a Muslim in the chat. And he's like, well, who are you to say I'm not a Muslim? And that wasn't my point. I was trying to say he seems like a reasonable, logical guy who studies philosophy. I don't know how he still believes in the nonsense within Islam, like the night journey, the jinn, and different things like that. So anyway, but he went to pray. So I guess it's Salat time. So what are you, Rocky? I'm an infidel. I'm a kafir. I'm an atheist. Are you a God believer?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. Well, I was raised Catholic. So
not a normal. I wouldn't conventional. I'm not a conventional Christian. I don't like to use that, but I try to get along with TML. He's got some. I'm trying to figure out how he thinks and maybe help him out a little bit with some. Maybe he'll turn someday, and I don't know. I don't know. I think he believes in Jesus some other way or something.
Sure. Well, the Muslims all believe Jesus was a great prophet, maybe second to Muhammad, you would say. In Arabic, they call him Isa, I-S-A. But yeah, I like the machine lies. I don't know why he snapped at me so, but I tend to rub people the wrong way, especially religious people. So it happens. It's all right.
Oh yeah, atheist. I don't know. I don't think he's an atheist.
No, the machine lies is a Muslim. That's why he's going to pray right now. He's doing one of his 5 prayers.
And you're an atheist?
I'm an atheist, yes.
Well, yeah, I think he probably thinks that's one of the dumbest things to believe or something.
That could be. That could be. But we've talked before. Maybe he just didn't recognize my name or something. But he sent me his book. Actually, I haven't started reading it yet. But he's an interesting guy. Pot smoking Muslim who reads from the.
He brings a lot of philosophy, reason, and logic. I don't know if he believes in philosophy or is just trying to expose the ridiculousness of philosophy and reason over like inspiration from God or something. I don't know.
That's true. He does. I think he calls himself an anti-philosopher.
Yeah.
Anti-philosopher.
Philosophy is reason and logic, and they say they don't have any faith. It's just reason and logic. But if you start out with reason and logic, and you have no faith. Faith is a means of perception. I call it the non-meritorious means. Everybody has faith. When you go to school, your teacher says that Japan is over there on the other side of the Pacific. You believe that through faith, and that's a means of perceiving the truth. But if you use only reason and logic and imperialism, I believe in faith, that God wants you to have faith. And without faith, you really can't understand a lot of things because you're restricted to reason, logic, and imperialism. You understand what I'm saying?
No, not really, to be honest with you. I think Japan is where it's at because it's where it's at. I mean, people have explored it, I've always found it interesting that they call it the land of the rising sun. Well, no matter where you are, the sun rises on you.
Gnostics, you know what a Gnostic is, right?
Agnostic says
no. A Gnostic, one who believes in knowledge. A Gnostic, who believes in reason and logic, imperialism, knowledge.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll go with I believe in knowledge. Do you not believe in knowledge?
What I'm saying is they trust in their reason and logic and imperialism over what's called epignosis, which is above knowledge. The Greek has a word called epignosis, which is above knowledge. And gnosis is just reason, logic, imperialism. Without faith, you have gnosis. With faith, you have epignosis. Without knowledge, you have agnostic. If you're an agnostic, you say, I don't know. If you're an atheist and say, you know, it's like saying you know all things. It'd be better to call yourself an agnostic, not knowing, because if you say you're an atheist, there is no God, then that's like you say you know everything. Like you're really smarter than everybody. Oh, I know everything.
Yeah, I used to call myself agnostic because obviously I can't prove there isn't a God, but it seems a little wishy-washy to me. So I'm more than willing to say I believe there is no God. Somebody in the chat, I think you're saying imperialism. John Locke, I actually might have been Francis Bacon, who came up with the idea of the blank slate. Tableau Rousseau, something like that is the Latin for it. That you're born without knowledge and you're a blank slate, and then everything comes from, observation and what you're surrounded with, and obviously what you're told and whatnot. That is where reason and logic comes from. I kind of disagree with that a little bit, just because if you look at animals and whatnot, and you look at instincts, I think we are born with some instincts and some innate knowledge. I think, if I remember right in high school, one of the things they would say was like maternal instinct, John Locke would say there's
We
no
have a
such thing as a
conscience.
maternal instinct.
Well, instinct, and then I believe mankind has a conscience, which you can shear if you go against your conscience. Like if you do something against your conscience, you will shear that conscience. It'll be easier and easier to do it next time because you did it once. And God gives us a conscience, and we, in order to go against our conscience, you just know you're doing something wrong.
Right. So what, are some people born without conscience, like psychopaths? They say, you know, their thalamus.
No, I think we're all born with the conscience. It's just that some people, they shear it. They disconnect from it because they violate it, and then it gets easier and easier to violate. Some people, as children, may have been brought up in some kind of, you know, abuse where they, I don't know. Kind
So
of
I don't know if you know, the Muslims have a concept in Arabic. It's called fitra, as opposed to fitna. Fitna being like causing trouble, but fitra is your innate belief in God. So like in the Quran, 25:44 says the disbelievers, they are but like cattle, nay, they are further astray from the path. And they'll explain that as in the cattle even worship God, worship Allah subconsciously, or I guess consciously maybe, but that all nature is born with a belief in God. So
yeah, I think that nature, animals, I think they know about God somehow. I mean, they do what they're supposed to do. They provide me with food. Like, there's been evidence of like starving people that an animal will come up and let sacrifice itself to feed starving people.
I've never heard of that one. I thought you were going to maybe say shared his food with them or something, but
no, it's like I don't know. They see some starving people over there, and the elk will walk right up to them.
Right.
Here I am. Here, eat me, motherfuckers.
Okay. I've never heard that one.
Because they know that
see.
mankind it's all about mankind. That's what it's about in there. I don't think animals really have anything against us. You know, they just do their thing, and they, at any time they want to help us, they would.
So like a bunny rabbit might come running up to me holding a knife in its mouth and hand the knife to me?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. It's some kind of spiritual thing that the animals know what's right and wrong, and
that they're there to be eaten by us.
Well, some of them.
Okay. Because I was gonna say other ones will, like, I've seen deer hunters get attacked by the deers, and you know, the bucks come and gore them with their antlers.
Oh yeah. So they come up to me too, give me shit. I just yell at them. But wolves run in a pack, and they have a hierarchy, and they really don't attack humans. They, you know, it's all, they made that story up to get you to like a wolf is one mate for life, and I like wolves.
Wolves are pack animals. There's no doubt about that. Did you ever see any of the like Jane Goodall studying the chimps? And she reported one time there was one, like a female chimp who was like older and stronger, and you know, high up in the hierarchy within the I don't know what they call a pack of chimps. It's not a pack, but something. Anyways, she would take babies, right? Another female would have a baby. She would go grab the baby from the female and kill it and eat it and feed it to her one daughter. And she only witnessed this from this one, you know, kind of alpha female chimp. And then when she died, she noticed the daughter didn't continue the behavior, even though she was kind of teaching her to be a cannibal. So I mean,
chimps eat other monkeys and stuff.
Yeah, chimps are quite violent. They have little wars between their packs and stuff. That was one of the things she said. It was they're very human-like. But she observed this one female that would actually cannibalize babies. So I don't know where she would have gotten that from. Yeah, wouldn't have been a learned trait.
It's an instinct, I think, to keep the herd strong or something.
Well, you think you would want more babies within the population to make the pack bigger, to be stronger. That's like the Arabs pre-Muhammad would bury their female daughters in the sand sometimes so they wouldn't dishonor the family. But it doesn't make any sense to keep the tribe stronger by killing off.
I don't like to compare chimps to human beings, but
we share like 98% DNA.
Yeah, well, we share 97% DNA with every fucking living thing on the planet. It's like big fucking deal. God uses the same code. It's like for everything. It's a code.
Yeah.
Use a code. Just another proof of a creator.
You think you'd have multiple very different codes for different functions? That we all come from, there's now DNA with bananas or something.
He's the great coder, man. He coded everything, put a code in here, and one little code could change it all. But most of the codes are the same. Like a banana has I heard it has 96% same DNA as we do.
Right.
It's just code, but it's not.
So that doesn't go back to.
It's because we share code. Monkeys don't mean we're the same species. That's fucking stupid. That's like saying you're a banana.
Well, obviously we're not the same species. I mean, the term species is human-made to begin with, and so the definitions are what they are. We're within the same group, I think, of great apes.
Okay, kind. Then you use the same kind. Mankind, dog kind.
I wouldn't call mankind and chimp kind the same kind.
Right.
I'm just saying it does seem to point to some sort of
creator
evolution.
No,
the creator could put evolution into whatever motion, but it seems like we're all evolving kind of from the same origin, that we share so much DNA. You don't think?
An atheist believes that everything, just from nothing. And we evolved from the slime off the rocks. And so basically we came from rocks.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's
we came from water, which is actually, Muslims will say, is in the Quran. That evolution is supported by the Quran. That we came from water, not rocks. But I guess you could say the water on the rocks, that slime creates whatever. But we came from, a single cell amoeba that then became multi-celled and went on and on and on for millions of years.
But where did the rocks and the water come from?
Right. They came from the Big Bang.
Nothing. Everything from nothing.
No.
Over billions of years.
I don't know where you get the nothing from.
The Big Bang. What caused the Big Bang?
Okay. So the universe, which has always existed, just like you claim God always exists, right? The universe always existed. And at one point it was a tiny pinprick of pure energy. And then it exploded into the physical universe we have today.
Well, where did that tiny prick of energy come from?
It's always existed.
It's always existed.
Right. Where did God come from?
It's always existed.
There you go. Same concept.
Energy that created the conscious mind out of energy nothingness. So you have faith in that. Therefore,
I do not have faith in that.
You believe that.
I believe that's a reasonable explanation, as much as there is an ever-existing God, right? I mean, what's the difference to be an ever-existing God, a creator, and an ever-existing universe that changes shape every now
A
and then?
material universe that had no conscience is just a material universe.
Sure.
That created thinking, conscious man.
So your conscious God in his creation said, you know what? I'm going to have one animal eat another. I'm going to create disease. I'm going to create, right? That's atheism 101. Why is there disease? Why is there all these hardships, right? So your God loves humans. I don't know if you think made in his image, but I'm going to strike you with cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy.
Well,
all these different.
It wasn't originally designed that way, but man fell.
Okay.
And brought sin into the world. Anyway.
Okay. So it's sin, right? Because I have a lot of Christian friends, and I used to ask them where the third generation of people came from, right? They'd have to be born of incest from Adam and Eve's children.
Back then, there was no law against.
Right. Yeah, it was all good. It was all good.
In the law. Yeah,
Right?
that's right.
And then sin started to corrupt our DNA, and that's how we started becoming sick.
Sin was not a sin until afterwards, where it was forbidden. That was just the design.
That strikes me as quite bizarre, but I get where you God believers come from.
Might seem bizarre.
It does.
Anyway,
so anyways, Rocky, do you think like Christian law should rule the world, or?
I think the kingdom of heaven will eventually go back to the original and better. The world will be destroyed. The wicked will be destroyed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, in the meantime,
I don't know how that goes, and maybe it will be that everyone. The Bible says that everyone will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. Eventually, maybe everyone is saved, because it does say that God wills that all man be saved. Now, can he achieve his will somehow? I think so. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe you just might have to be reincarnated.
You're waiting for the return of Jesus and the judgment day for all the resurrection of all souls.
Return of Jesus. Oh yeah, the second judgment, Revelations 20.
Okay.
I'm not waiting for the first resurrection.
The beast will rise, and the mark of the beast will be on the hand and forehead.
No, that's futurism. That's
okay.
I'm not a futurist. That's where Zionism comes from. I believe we're in Satan's whole season. Revelations 27-9. Satan was released maybe around 1776. The Statue of Liberty, the light bearer.
Wow.
The return of Rome. The return of Rome. The French Revolution. The Republic against the kingdom.
Say that again, Rocky. What part of the book of Revelation are we in?
Revelations 20:7-9. Satan was released from his chains after the 1,000-year reign of Christ, which they're hiding. They're hiding the 1,000-year reign of Christ. I believe Jerusalem, the second temple, was destroyed, and the Revelations was a warning to those people. It was written before 70 AD, not after, like all the futurists say, oh, John wrote that after the trib. If he wrote it after the tribulation, then he would have said, well, something else. But he was warning the people to flee Jerusalem. 70 AD, Jerusalem was destroyed. After Jerusalem was destroyed, Rome was destroyed. 76 AD, the tribulation was over. Christ reigned for 1,000 years, which makes it 1076. There's evidence they added 700 years to our history, that all the apocalyptic events that happened between the 1st century and the 7th century in so-called history was made up.
Put a bookmark on that just for a second. I have a question for Michael really quick. Do you think that all religions are equally problematic, or is Islam especially dangerous?
Oh, cat guy's done.
Yes, I think all religion. Well, I wouldn't pretend to know all religions. I know the Abrahamics somewhat well. I would consider them all equally problematic. Yes.
Okay. Do you ever call out Jewish religious as zealously as Christian or Muslim?
I would not say as zealously. It's kind of a hard scale to measure. No, I'm kind of a Islamophobic specialist.
Right.
I have been on Christian channels. I have been.
Right. Yeah. And this is not like a big gotcha per se, or at least not in the way that I'm coming across. I'm trying to say, like, your religious beliefs, like in the Big Bang, for example, I mean, it directly comes out of the Kabbalah. You don't find that problematic at all, or?
I'm not familiar with the Kabbalah and evolution, but
well, if these concepts came out of something like the Kabbalah, would you rethink the fact that we find evidence for something that started out as a religious belief?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so
I thought evolution came out of Darwin. Are you saying?
Science will be their god. Science.
Darwin was a Jew.
Darwin was a Jew.
Well, hold on.
But
But what if these beliefs in evolution and stuff like this, like there's theistic evolution as well, right? Like these things come out of religious belief. Science comes out of religious belief, right? So
sometimes, sure. So I mean, Einstein, I think, was a deist. I think he believed in a God, but he didn't believe God interacted, sent prophets or any of that stuff. And again, when I say I'm an atheist, it doesn't mean I believe in science. I believe everything scientists say. Scientists correct themselves. One of the beauties of science is they're open to the idea they may be wrong. One of the problems I find with the religious, especially the fanaticals, are they say we are truth, right? Haq. We are on the haq. That's what the Muslims say. We are on the truth. We know the truth. You guys, I mean, I don't know if The Machine Lies has ever read Al-Ghazali's The Incoherence of Philosophers. Cotton doesn't burn or fire doesn't burn the cotton. Allah burns the cotton. So they have all this fanatical belief in.
Hold on. But ultimately, you believe that the universe dictates all rules, right? Like there's a rule for the universe. There's a Big Bang. There's physics, metaphysics. I mean, So what's the? I mean, essentially, isn't it just different words for the same concept, or is it just a matter of semantics? Or
Yep. By the way, I have to clarify because I actually studied Incoherence of the Philosophers, right, within the university. At the university level. And I had an Indian, actually agnostic, philosophy teacher. That was not actually very, kind to Islam and all that type of stuff, right? Actually, he championed the belief, and opinions of Ghazali's, competitors. Especially those of Averroes.
Averroes,
right? Yeah. So, but he still said that Hume basically reiterated, Ghazali's argument on causality. Right, because the billiard balls, example, that relates to the atoms smashing into each other and those causing things, but there could be more minute causes in between those causes, right? Is basically Hume's argument, right? So it's the same exact argument with burning the cotton, right? But yeah, and that and that actually is an example of an argument that was basically stolen from religious apologetics, right? One that was then later adapted for a philosophical principle, right? Which is Hume's radical rejection of causality, within his radical empiricism, right?
Right. So, but within that concept, so fire is spreading, right? California wildfires are spreading. The fuel is there, the air is there, everything that physically needs to be present for fire to spread. Could it just stop spreading by the will of Allah? Or do you think that would happen?
Well, it's just a question of what causes the fire, right?
Right.
What do you think causes the fire?
Fuel, which, underbrush, heat, oxygen.
Right, exactly. There's multiple causes. So the Buddhist makes the same argument, right? I could take out the Buddhist argument from from mutual dependence, right? And mutual mutual arising of various things that cause a certain event to happen, right? And whether you go to the Buddhist or you go to Hume, right, they're arguing in the same vein that you can't determine ultimate causality, right? Especially with things like fire, right? Because one could say it's the friction, it's the heat, it's the the brush, it's all of these different factors, right? And when one asks oneself, what is the fire, in and of itself, you could then pose a very intricate series of questions that then, question what the fire is in and of itself, right?
Well, the fire is a chemical reaction. I thought we all agreed on that. We don't?
No, like I said, Buddhists and Hume, they don't agree on that.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that you guys don't agree that fire is a chemical reaction. So anyways, machine.
I'm talking about causality. Whether the chemical reaction causes the fire, that's a whole different question, right?
Right.
You're saying fire is a chemical reaction. So is it the chemicals?
As I remember, like 6th grade science, yes.
So is it the chemicals or the heat that cause a fire?
Well, you need heat to create the chemical
See,
reaction.
exactly. See, this is the problem. What caused the fire?
But you don't need God to create heat.
I mean, if we don't know what causes a fire, just in the simple aspect of the material causes, we can't know anything deeper, I'd say.
Well, no, we know how to strike a match to create fire, sulfur and an emery board or whatever the thing is you strike a match against, a lighter that has friction with butane in it. We know what's flammable. We know how to create a flame out of what's flammable.
Let me read a passage from a Buddhist book.
Okay.
It says, just as, O monks, fire is named from the dependence on which it burns. The fire which burns in dependence on the log of woods is called log fire. The fire which burns in dependence on chips is called chip fire. The fire which burns in dependence on grass is called grass fire. The fire which burns on dependence on cow dung is called cow dung fire. The fire which burns in dependence on husk is called husk fire. The fire which burns in dependence on rubbish is called a rubbish fire. In exactly the same way, O monks, consciousness is named from that independence on which it comes into being. The consciousness which comes into being in respect of the color and shape and dependence on the eye is called eye consciousness. The consciousness which comes into being in respect of the sound is the dependence on the ear is called ear consciousness.
Okay.
So in quite the same way, they argue that the fire has no inherent nature.
Okay. Well, it's always funny whenever I say I'm an atheist, everybody wants to get into the creation of the universe and blah, 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 and all that. Maybe I should just start calling myself an anti-religious.
Well, because atheism makes metaphysical claims. That's the only reason why they do that.
Oh, my only claim is I don't believe in God. I've never read a book of atheism. I don't know what atheism claims.
But that is a metaphysical claim. So that's why people get into the nature.
Hang on, can you give me one good logical reason why you completely denounce a divine creator at all?
Because all the books that claim to know the creator don't make sense to me.
You just base it off of a book. Well, what if there were no books? Would you still do it?
I have no idea.
Try it, because I didn't need the Bible. I didn't need a religious experience to make me believe in a divine creator. I mean, come on, man.
Well, that's interesting, Lucifer.
You think he
But-
came out of a big bang and the random universe just created everything on Earth so randomly, but it's so perfect, right?
Oh, there's nothing perfect about it.
Oh,
The universe is horribly designed. That's another reason I don't
Is
believe
it-
in a creator.
Is it because man has to deal with the consequences of his actions? That's why.
Oh, not just the consequence of their actions. I mean, you have flesh-eating amoebas. You have, meningitis.
Well, yeah, because at one time the Earth was perfect and everything on it was perfect, and we screwed up. How is that hard to understand? But you came from the monkey man, right?
Yes.
That makes sense. So your great grandpappy Neanderthal was out there in the caves making dung paintings, beating themselves in the heads with rocks every time they got a toothache or a headache, right? But we came from that.
It goes a little farther than my grandpappy. But you're hilarious, dude. I love it. Keep talking.
What's next? Aliens crash landed here millions of years ago and got stuck in Antarctic ice.
I tell you what, the ancient alien theorists actually have better theories than the Abrahamics, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sign him up for the mark. Get him ready.
Put the mark on my forehead and my forehand and my forehead. 666, the mark of the beast.
Let's get this man an application. His God is science. That's exactly who we want. Elon Musk, are you listening?
That'd be awesome. I'm waiting for your Jesus to return, along with the Mahdi. So Lucifer, your name is Lucifer, but you're some sort of Christian, Jew, Muslim.
I don't use earthly terms, bruh.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the masquerade. But you're not a disciple of the beast as the name Lucifer?
No, I don't hate Lucifer, so I don't fear his name. What is this? What is he? Voldemort, he who must not be named?
I think that's from the Harry Potter books or something.
Yes, sir.
Iblis is what he's called in Islam. He's a jinn, not a fallen angel.
Oh. Oh, wait, no, I've never met one.
Well,
But I've never met a Neanderthal either. Speaking of that, why aren't they still walking around? Where's the evolutionary jump? Where's the evidence that we came from, monkey man?
yeah. Well, actually, many people have 2 to 6%.
A bunch of people, dug up some bones and claimed that they were man, right? Like with the dinosaurs.
Well, actually, Neanderthal DNA is found in many humans.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because the computer told you, right? So you trust the computer.
I'm not sure how they test DNA.
You won't trust a book, but you'll trust a computer. Right. Okay. Make that logical sense.
Okay. Well, they take little vials and they drop them in a whole bunch of things, and so you don't think they've done DNA? You don't believe in DNA testing?
I believe just like with carbon dating, it's bullshit. I don't think you can sit there and tell me.
You're like a Dr. Dino guy, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Dr. Grant, you should come take a look at this. Oh, look, it's a big pile of shit.
Right. Carbon dating's not real. The whole fossil record was all mixed up by the Great Flood.
Let me go take a shit and box it up for you. And if you can tell me that shit is 2 days old and I actually took it 2 days ago, I might trust that computer.
Yeah, they can actually.
I can usually tell how old poop is, based on the rate of fossilization or decay. Anyway, I don't need a computer to tell me that. Just like, you don't need mudslides or landslides that happen over millions of years. They can happen within hours or days.
Okay, so how old do you think the Earth is?
I'm not sure. Were you here at the beginning? Neither was I. I don't make claims about things that I wasn't here to witness myself.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe the Revolutionary War existed or happened?
There's historical evidence of that, but whether or not it was legit, that's completely different. Just like every other war, just like they said about World War I, right? The war to end all wars. Well, we're still warring.
Yeah, they've made many mistakes about the wars to end all wars and the weapons that would end all wars. That's what Nobel thought he would end the wars. Gatling.
I don't know.
The
Go
Gatling
ask
gun
Dis-
thought
I
he
don't
would
know.
end
Go
wars.
ask
with the
Disney.
Gatling gun.
Their new Andor series is all about rape and Germans. So I don't know. Go ask them.
Okay, so
You're the one who believes that your universe was contained to the size of a pinprick and exploded, and it's so random that everything just happens to fit perfectly. You just happen to be the right distance from the sun to not cook or freeze. But yeah, that's random, right?
yeah, well, there's trillions of
Because what
planets.
Because
so
NASA told you to. Did
there's
this
trillions of planets.
indoctrination teach you?
Okay.
I mean, it just sounds like to me, sir, you don't have no critical thinking for yourself, and you just swallow up whatever indoctrinational MK Ultra gay ops they can come up with.
You let me know when I can talk.
Did we go to the moon?
Maybe if you said something intelligent, but I mean, so far all I've heard is I came from Monkey Man. Well, sir, if you came from a Monkey Man, why should I observe anything you say? You're nothing but a ooh ooh ah. So, I mean.
Can I talk now?
Okay, say it. Sorry.
Okay, that's awesome that your big debate is personal attacks. I went to the University of Florida for a hot minute there in
Wow, you went to a
1988.
man's school.
Okay, interrupt me again.
Wow, you went to a school of man. Am I supposed to applaud you?
Absolutely not. I was trying to finish a sentence, but you won't let me talk. You're a fucking moron, dude.
Because I'm still waiting for one good evidence on why I should disregard any God I believe in and put my faith in nothing.
Hey, Machine Lives, I'm perfectly willing to talk to you. This asshole, I don't want to engage with anymore.
Hey, Mike.
You don't want to be part of the New World Order?
Well, in that case, I think I'll just move on to my presentation. But yeah, it's been a good interim here. Blessings to all you guys. Thank you guys for but yeah, there is some critical issues here about Zionism and different things that they're going over here. Maybe we'll, because I think how many more minutes? I think there's still about 20 more minutes of this, and then I have some other readings and things that I'd like to get to. And yeah, so maybe I'll just go along with that. Yeah, of course, freely react to this content here. There's lots of religious issues here. Let's see what happens. We'll throw something else into the stew here.
Listen. She understands fine. She understands fine. She knows what I'm saying is true. She doesn't care.
Yeah.
And so why care back? Like, why shouldn't I just run a big ass fucking?
So I don't know if you're familiar with this whole debacle, but this is from Apostate Prophet. Are you familiar with that content creator, Mike?
Yes, I know the Apostate Prophet.
Yeah, the Apostate.
He's a Turk from Germany. I think living in the U.S. now. I think he's become a Christian along with David Wood. Right.
So he's recently become a Christian, and he joined the Orthodox Church, right? And now he's debating these fellas, right? He's part of the ecumenical patriarchy, and I believe that Wilson is in the either the Antiochian or the Greek, but anyways, they're in communion with the ecumenical patriarchy, right? So they're essentially in the same church, right? Acknowledged, right? So their churches acknowledge each other just fine, but they had a debate on Zionism. Were you able to view this debate?
No. So he's in the Eastern Orthodox Church, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes, Andrew Wilson versus Apostate Prophet. The debate was on Modern Day Debate, and they had a pretty huge fallout after the debate. And his wife is accusing them of being Nazis. So she's in the chat accusing them of being Nazis, and they're cowering and also insulting her and saying she should shut her mouth and get out of the chat and stop saying things like that because it's tactics to get people deplatformed.
Right. Yeah, I haven't watched much APUS, as he's called by like Mohammed Hijab and the other Dawa guys, but him and David Wood, I think, are morons.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, they're having a field day with Mohammed Hijab. I think Mohammed Hijab's not too. I think he gets way too much credit. I think he's not very talented, but I think he gets put up too high and sort of billed as, the main apologetics guy. But he's more like a kind of a grifter, like this Andrew Wilson guy. So I don't know if people should actually take him seriously. As for their theology, highly suspicious, right? They're part of a number of organizations that promote Salafi views or whatever. So they're kind of in a kind of a strange part of strange religious groups in England as well that are worth investigating, right? So I haven't personally looked into it, but yeah, they've had several.
Might be
I
some
would say very
petro-Islam going on there, huh? The Saudis, oil money.
Exactly.
Campaign to just mass report AP's channel and David Woods. Just send thousands upon thousands of people over to mass report them for misinformation about what they said about me. I could do that.
Oh, so there he is threatening mass reporting on AP and David Wood's channel. In case they get out of line. Right? And he's saying he has the ability to mass report channels if they call him Nazi or they try to support rhetoric that supports deplatforming them, right?
Too. Would you cry foul? I think you should. If somebody ran that kind of campaign, I think you'd be like, well.
By the way, what's really weird is that day that Andrew Wilson actually came on the show, The Machine Lies, and I called him a Elon Musk supporter, and he asked me if I think Elon Musk is a Nazi, and I asked him why he's defending Elon Musk, right? And essentially, he didn't give me clear answers there, but right after he got off the stage, something weird happened. One of our videos got struck down. That's pretty weird. But yeah, now he's threatening AP and David Wood with that. It's pretty interesting, right? And I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but it's just interesting that he would say that.
That's you're attempting to silence and deplatform and this and that, right?
Mm-hmm.
As well, you should think that. So don't think for a second.
Right. So if people try to silence and deplatform you, the only choice is you mass report and silence and deplatform them. It's the only choice. Right. That's a solution to that. Right. So we heard it there.
Though, that by you trying to use the rhetoric and put us in categorization of politically disenfranchised, that you're not trying to politically disenfranchise us, because otherwise you wouldn't put us in that category. You fucking dolt. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, stop being a liar. Stop pretending that coming into someone's chat. I remember exactly the chat that you said. You said, "Are you reading the Talmud with your groypers?" Like that's what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Keep your mouth shut. Okay?
It's part
Are you reading the
political
Talmud with your groypers? Who told him that? That's hilarious. That's too funny. Yeah.
disenfranchisement. And so if you try to move towards political disenfranchisement for people, you're trying to fucking deplatform them. That's what that means. You wouldn't put us in a villainization category of the politically disenfranchised unless you wanted us to be politically disenfranchised. Why else would you do it?
That's like when someone tags your writes your location, right? Your house location, and be like, "What? It has nothing to do with other people knowing where you are who don't like you. I don't know. It's just your address.
I didn't do it.
I don't play dumb. I'm just
I didn't do
play dumb
it.
here.
Look, you're the fuckers. You're the fuckers who want to go hard. Yeah, Andrew's a big boy. He can take it. It's like you can fucking take it too. So you wanted this. You wanted to fucking go hard.
By the way, they accused me of impersonating somebody who actually doxed us here. Right, so they accuse me of impersonating. They know full well that this person, looked up my information and all that stuff, and now they're acting like it's right. Like it'd be totally bad for somebody to do that to somebody, right? They don't actually care if that happens to somebody. Right? They really don't.
want to fucking play this game? We'll play this game. You want to disenfranchise me? Then it's like I have no qualms hitting back on that. None, zero.
We have more questions here. Must we support any country as Christians? If Turkey, Muslim, invades Greece, historical heart of Orthodoxy, must we support from a moral standpoint? That's a good. I have no answers to that question. I'm going to let Andrew try to answer it if he wants.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be contextually important to understand what's going on, right? So it's context dependent, just like all moral claims are going to be contextually dependent. Right now, there's an even better question to this is like, there's two Orthodox countries fighting, which is Russia and Ukraine, right? This is two nations.
Right.
So contextually, you're going to have to make some determinations outside of just Orthodoxy, right? Because are they fighting over religious reasons? Would be the good purpose for question, or political reasons? That would be a good question. The Orthodox Church takes the stance that two Orthodox nations go to war. That is the responsibility of Orthodox those nations to follow the political establishment, because how else could they do it?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, or what about if you belong to a church, right, and the ecumenical patriarchy supports the Zionists, okay, and the Moscow patriarchy supports Putin, he's in line with the Zionists, right? So what faction of your church is actually anti-Zionist? Right, so let's get to the real issue. Right, we're not talking about Ukraine versus Russia. Right, it seems to be pretty cut and dry here, right?
And also, Andrew, that would be we would be appealing to an authority bigger than us. There would be discussions on that, right? So that's a whole system, right? Vincent asks for $20. Another one is what's happening in the West with open borders, Muslim immigration, and takeover of politics to install Sharia. I don't know if that's happening here, but an overrepresentation of bagel in politics. Maybe it's another form of fighting. Well, there's always been fighting from that element as opposed to like just guns, what you think fighting is. There's always been.
He won't say the real truth, right? A lot of times the multicultural element, right? The people that are pushing for multiculturalism and immigration because they're the greatest maligned minority group in history are the Jays, right? They push for immigration inside all these different countries, right? Then when the Muslims come in and all the white people say, we don't want the Muslims to be here, right? They say the white people are racist. I mean, let's be honest. This is exactly what's happening. Right, but they don't want to call out the problem, right? That they're bringing these people into the country on purpose that aren't culturally assimilated into the Western culture to disrupt the political framework of those countries. Okay.
Yeah,
it's being done on
immigration
purpose.
war.
Yeah, it's being done on purpose by the global government, the globalists. There's a bunch of corporations that are doing it. There's corporations that are pushing it. Okay, there's Zionists that are pushing it. Okay, they want closed borders inside Israel, but they want open borders everywhere else.
Yeah.
So, some form of using immigration and other things, importing ideologies. Jay does a lot of work on the 60s, the revolution, sexual revolution, the drug revolution, and all of this stuff is always could be used as warfare. What do you think, Andrew?
Could be used, might have been used. They were used. Look at the MK Ultra.
I
This shit
just
was
wanted to say, like the movie World War Z, when dude goes to Israel, or whatever. It's like he says when they build the wall for the zombies, first to know, first to act.
Yeah, the COINTELPRO MK Ultra stuff is public knowledge at this point. Come on, dude. It's not might have been. It's not could have been. It was. It was used.
It's the Illuminati.
Why is he so confused about this all of a sudden? Pretty weird.
In 1776, created the Illuminati.
Right.
Well, hang on. Restate the question. I want to make sure. I understand.
Another one is what's happening in the West with open border Muslim immigration and taking over politics to install Sharia and over representation of bagels in politics. Maybe it's another form of fighting.
You betcha it is. That's exactly what's causing the issue. And that blue-haired lady going and charging the Muslim, the nice young Muslim girl with and saying it's the colonialists' fault. Well, who are the colonialists? Right? When the Marxists blame the quote unquote colonialists, okay, who are they actually blaming? All right, they're blaming modern, Western, European civilization, which they were a part of, but they get off scot-free. They get to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. So you're talking about a soft invasion.
Yeah,
because
Like
they get to choose when they're white and when they're not white. When they're European
Yeah,
and when they're not European. They're the only group in the world, as that blue-haired lady said, that has a nation. And I'm in an ancient kingdom. The only nation on earth, she said.
Rules for thee, not for me.
using the political established laws for soft invasion. Well, that's been going on in all Western nations, especially from Muslims. That's been a big deal for Muslims.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's how they do it. It's harder to make the case for like
name one Western society that Muslims have been able to take over with immigration.
Well, they conquered Spain for a little while, not for very long.
Not with immigration.
Well, I mean, they had to go up and they raided into it, but yeah, so far, I mean, immigration.
Nope. That's wrong again. Actually, they were invited in. By who?
You're Frederick II or something, you're going to say?
Again, yeah, because they were being invaded by who? The Visigoths.
Well, they were Visigoths in Spain. I thought he raped his buddy's daughter or something.
We got to say grape here, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, the whole thing is about the Visigoth kings, right? The Jews and all the other people, they brought the Muslims in as mercenaries, and
Right.
when the Muslims came in, they said we're staying.
Yeah,
Oh.
they didn't get much pushback, and they went way up. But then the Visigoths did start pushing back, and they were relegated to Granada for the last 250 years or something.
Yeah, so
But
they were
anyways,
brought in. So they were literally
the
brought
idea
in
of
as
mass
mercenaries.
immigration. People couldn't move very easily around the world until obviously automobiles and trains and now planes. So there's never been a huge mass migration until the last 100 years.
But yet there's, gigantic buildings that are, can't even be replicated in today's time with our technology, but we couldn't move around, right? Because all we had was horses.
Well, we could move around. People just didn't take the long treks to do it very, very often. And there was no way of knowing where you were moving to was that much better than where you're at. Nowadays, you can see where fertile land is and where economies are booming, where the first world is, the industrialized world versus the developing world versus the third world.
If you try to tell these conservatives that all of these social issues are actually caused by the impact of technology, right? They'll cope and seed and say, no, this technology is brought in by human ingenuity and all this. They fail to see the issue of how the technology transforms culture and society, right? So they simply cope and they say, oh, well, we could guide the technology and the culture to make it be benevolent, and it's just some type of weird fantasy that they have that they're going to become some kind of Christian technological utopia, right? You know what I mean? And it's simply a dastardly plot. I mean, to say the least about it. Right?
Okay. Well, I'm a little confused. I'll be honest with you. We were talking about immigration, and now you're talking about technology. And actually,
no. You mentioned technology because you said it's because of planes and all this stuff. It wouldn't have been made possible without all of that stuff. So I'm saying, so my rebuttal is that the conservatives, right? They're not going to say, well, let's fix these social problems by getting rid of the technology. that's impossible for them, right? What they'll instead say is they'll cope and say, well, we need to transform the society, not the technology, right? So the society works in line with the technology, but they fail to see the psychological and social impact of the technology itself. You know, that the effect it has on culture is simply irreversible, right? You know, so they
Okay, so you want to end the technology of transportation that allows people to move around the world easily and
well, no. I'm just saying that technology that allows people to transport and move around is
Right.
responsible for multiculturalism, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just as you were saying, right? And I'm saying that to a certain extent, if we don't get rid of the technology, we won't get rid of the multiculturalism.
Well, but we can control immigration. I mean, it's something that can be easily regulated. Like tomorrow I'm flying to Germany. I'm not going to stay in Germany. I'm going to come back after 2 weeks. I'm a tourist. You know, we have trains, planes, automobiles, ships, all those things. It doesn't mean when someone comes to a country, they get to stay there. If you actually have immigration laws and you kick your tourists out, because that's the definition of a tourist, if you don't allow low-wage people to come into your country,
unless you have a way to surveil everybody, right? It'd be hard to figure out if somebody comes from another country, right, to visit here, right? If they just stay right here illegally,
sure,
right? It'd be pretty hard to trace them, just practically speaking, right? But you know, unless they have a lot of, you know, I guess practically surveillance on everybody. Right. And they could manage such a thing, but they still have to go through the physical files, right, in order to find who said what, when, you know, and all of that stuff. So
right. But I mean, you got e-verify when someone goes to get a job. I mean, there's no reason to stay here if you can't work and make money, right? So again, you have e-verify, which, you know, my brother one time, he used to import lighting fixtures from Europe and China and stuff, and he had a woman who worked for him, and she stole his social security number.
Here's one solution. Here's one good way to do it. Okay, is if you use racial profiling. Then you can very easily manage who comes in and out. You know, right? See, in Israel they use racial profiling, so their immigration policy is very effective, right? Over here, where everybody will throw up their arms if you say something like so. See, this is the inherent problem, right?
Right.
But yeah.
But of course, you get.
You can't have effective policy. I mean, without A, technology, and B, controlling racial profiling. You know, so you know, you can't even make sensible decision on the issue.
You can still get Europeans who sneak in. I used to know a guy who was from Germany, and he was a dishwasher. He worked for his cousin under the table for 50 years. And he was always complaining he can't go back to Germany because dad was sick. Can't see him. I might not get back in the country. You know, he's been an illegal immigrant for 50 years.
Yeah.
You know, some kind of Jewish invasion, the same way it is Muslim invasion, because there's just not that many Jews, right? They're a very small representation subset.
Yeah, but the Jews are overrepresented in the politics. He's never once mentioned that. I mean,
world's population. So
Dual
it's a harder case to make. You can say, well, disproportionately represented in politics. It's like, well, but so are the Irish.
Honestly,
you know,
Andrew.
Oh, so he did say it, but then he said, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah,
so were the Irish? Yeah, the Irish have as much power as the Jews in this country. Come on, let's be honest here. All right, the Irish do not have political organizations that'll ban you for talking about Irish people. That's impossible.
Yeah.
The other part is if,
you know, I mean,
I think he might have been thinking like that the Irish, one of the things the Irish figured out pretty quickly was to get into politics and to get into the police forces, right? In New York City and Boston, they're notoriously the cops were all Irish. So they kind of like, the English hated them, you know, Irish need not apply. So one of the things they said, well, how can we get power? Well, let's join the police forces. Let's get into politics a little bit and stuff.
Yeah. And then they joined with the Polish people, and they got the donuts, you know. So they had the
right.
So
if Christians took more positions in politics, and it happened to be the case that they were underrepresented or something, it was a disproportionate representation, I would still be like, fine. I'd be like, good. We need more.
Yeah, I'm okay
like,
with that.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, if Christians disproportionately at 90%, that makes sense, right? I'm like, great. I want them to disproportionately represent the worldview that I have. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be how representative democracies work anyhow. So you can't really even complain when it happens back to you, because when it's happening on your behalf, you love it, right?
Right. So. Yeah. You gotta agree to the terms of the warfare. And in this case, as Andrew said, soft war. Black Flame Nova says for $20, thank you for.
Yeah, soft war is a cope. Okay. Politics is the entertainment division of the military-industrial complex.
Yeah. Okay.
Politics is war without blood. War is politics with blood. And to quote Mao Zedong.
Politics.
This soft power shit is a delusion. Right? Yeah, go ahead.
Politics is poly, which means many. Ticks, blood-sucking parasites. Politics. Many blood-sucking parasites.
Right.
For that, I thought that when they chose to crucify Christ, they said that they'd have blood on their hands and future generations' hands. Didn't this make some kind of curse or something?
They didn't say that. It's the Gospels that say that. What do you like? It's the Gospels that blame them for murdering God. It's not they that. What? what?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why the state of Israel was divorced by God, because they rejected their Messiah as a state. That's why there should be no more Zionism, because God destroyed it 70 AD. It shouldn't be around no more. It was replaced by the church. These guys don't even know what they're talking about.
I don't know about a curse. I don't think that's theologically based. No, that's not a. I mean, that's like. Maybe Mormons think. I don't know. Mormons are pretty. I'm pretty obsessed with Mormonism, Andrew, lately. Just like looking at what they believe, I'm like, wow. Some of it's pretty crazy. It's a really
fun ride, you know.
Yeah,
the Mormon thing.
Yeah, that's why it's like I asked Jay this. It's like we debate, this you debate the sewing circle, and there's this kind of like ongoing debate with people who claim to be Christian, and Mormons are just kind of left out. they're like the water boy in the game. You're like, well, we don't even acknowledge you in the debates. There's just kind of a funny quirk about online just apologetics in general. It's kind of left out.
Yeah, but in some ways the Mormons are real fucking smart, right? Because they have been able to take over multiple states, and their churches have been able to take over multiple states without ever engaging really in any public discourse whatsoever.
Yeah.
Which is a good, kind of smart.
This is a good question. I think Andrew had one moment in the debate where he made this distinction. Even if Paul, in this case, not this example exactly, but even if Paul did say the Jews have a blessing from the patriarchs, it doesn't follow that we ought to support Jewish Antichrist state. Yeah, the state versus this is what Andrew was trying to decipher from AP is what is he actually, who and what is he actually saying needs the help? Is it a lineage? Is it a place? Is it a culture? Is it secularism? What is it?
False. He said the secular Jews pay for the religious Jews. They pay for a messianic organization. So to support the secular Jews is to support Antichrist. This is what he said during the debate. And now he's wondering if it's an anathema to support them.
And I don't think we ever got there, did we? But you could answer that.
No, because, and this is correct. Again, it doesn't demonstrate the ought claim for why we should send to a state which is supporting the uplifting of the naming of a false Messiah, right? Why ought we do that? And then he'll switch over to because it's a secular state. And then you say, well, okay, then why should we support a secular state? And it'd be like, well, because Paul says they have magic Jew blood. And it's like, well, that's not secular again, though. Now we're back into, you know, is something completely different. Now we're back into the religious paradigm. And it's like, no, we're back to the secular paradigm. And it's just like, man, you got to make up your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
you gotta
is
make up your mind here about what it is we're doing. Yeah, what is it that we're actually doing here and supporting?
Yeah, just like you went there to debate a political Zionism, and you went there and said the guy's supporting Antichrist and turned it into a theological issue. And then when he recanted with the words of St. Paul from 9 through 11, you didn't even refute him. Right? Saying that the Christians are grafted into a new branch. Right? When the root had been cut. And they're going to be grafted into a new tree. Right? So they totally misinterpreted Paul. He never called them out on it. Right?
Yeah, I don't see that any obligation for Christians to support a Jewish state or a Muslim state for that matter, or any state for
See,
that
look,
matter.
that's a false dialectic again. It's not Jews versus Muslims. It's Jews versus Arabs. And the Jews are not religious Jews. Okay, they're supported by a huge number of Christians. Right? So again, he's not getting the facts straight. And what about the Christian Arabs and the Ethiopian Jews and other such class of people that Israel has discriminated against and classified as second-class citizens? Should they just be wiped from existence? Is that just fine?
Yeah, Machine Lies. I don't know. Did you ever see? There was an article. It might have been 10 years ago now, but it was Palestinian Christians who the Jews came in and wiped out this guy's apple orchard.
They've gone from 10% to 1% of the population.
Yeah, I think it was an apple orchard, and he literally had his papers from like his grandfathers from the Ottomans in the 1880s or something, showing deed to the property. And the Muslims just came in, or the Jews came in and bulldozed the whole thing down.
That's right.
I'll see if I can find out. Link it.
Yeah, incredible discrimination of the Christian Arabs and of the Ethiopian Jews, as we saw. They gave birth control without the consent to many, many Ethiopian women to force them to be infertile.
Yeah, well, that's weird.
I don't see any
Didn't they airlift a bunch of the Ethiopians to Israel in the 70s? Wasn't that called like Operation Solomon or something?
Yeah, they talked about that too. But then when they got there, they treated them pretty badly, and then they also forcibly
sterilized them and stuff.
Yeah, they forcibly sterilized. Ethiopian women that were trying to immigrate to the country.
Yeah, we did that to a lot of Native American women in America. And
yeah, they did that to a lot of black communities too during the eugenics agenda in the in the mid 1900s.
Sanger.
Yeah, exactly.
To tell them that they have to support Muslims or that they have to support Jews or Hindus or
what if there's
anybody.
just a bunch of dirty Burning Man yogi people, right? And we're like, and they just were just hedonistic and terrible. It's like, could they use our help in this thing you're calling a conflict? Sure. The same question stands. And I think what you're pointing to, Andrew, is that the only position he could defend, to try to defend, at least attempt to defend, would be a theological, a Christian perspective to try to say the ought. Otherwise, everything is just measured against some other pragmatic proposition for another country. I like to use Japan because it's ethnocentric similarly, and its culture is almost indistinguishable from the country itself. Its identity is all wrapped up in one thing, and so they don't talk much about that when you bring up Japan. So let's say Japan, do they have the right? This is another thing, Andrew, that maybe in these future debates about this is distinguished, because you do it often in other debates, is the distinction whether someone has the right to defend themselves versus whether they're capable of defending themselves, and then third, whether they have a right to other people's resources to defend themselves. Three different questions, yet they're all sort of parallel or sort of bundled in. And this concept of the right to defend yourself is kind of silly because how does that involve me if you have the right to defend yourself? Okay, cool.
Yeah, don't mention the fact that they occupied people that were already there. Right? It's clearly not self-defense at that level. Right? Why
neighbor has the right to defend himself? Does he have the capacity? Maybe. We'll see. But that doesn't mean I get to camp out in his yard and defend him for him, or I should.
Yeah.
It
Well,
doesn't.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there's going to be future debates on this unless I get a very specific prompt where somebody has to actually tie themselves to a position. They have to actually tie themselves to it. Like, let's get very specific. What does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean before the debate? And then they give the agreement. Otherwise, I'm not. There's no point because it's like a tube of toothpaste. You squeeze here, they move there. You squeeze here, they move there. You can't get specific. I don't even see any case use in it at all because Christ, and your answer to that is yes. It's supposed to take that exact enough.
Much again from AP side.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's anything else here, but Cope.
Well, I was looking for some on Amazon. Andrew, another question I have is like if someone approached this debate again from AP side, what if they said this? What if there was an agreement, an arrangement, and so it was a part of a type of a contract, and the question was if the contract, even if you disagree with the terms, the contract was in place that we help Zionism in exchange for X or something like that. And the contract, the question of should we fulfill the contract? Let's say it was a 50-year contract or something.
Yeah. Another nonsensical question. You know,
immoral the contract needs like not worth
yeah, morality really. Which so what's informing these agreements? What's informing an ally? What's an ally? An ally to what? Well, Dr.
The case, but if that's the case, and the most pragmatic argument that you could make is, then we can take all 10 million Jews who live in Israel, move them into the United States, then they would be working for our companies anyway with various technology.
Yeah, that is one argument he made that was very interesting. He actually gave the guy the option, right? He said that, imagine if we took the Jews out of Israel, that would be defending them. Because they would no longer be they would no longer be in a mortal conflict, right? So he gives this hypothetical situation, which is obviously impossible, right? They're not going to leave, right? It's too late in the conflict to make that kind of to make that kind of proposal, right?
Right. But not to interrupt you, but I don't know if you're old enough to remember Dick Armey, when he was in Congress. That was one of his proposals. It's still kind of a proposal, but it's the opposite. It's let's move the Palestinians into Egypt, into Jordan, and I think Gaza probably had less than 1 million people back then. It was in the late 80s, early 90s. But that was one of the arguments was, well, let's just create an Israeli state by moving, the Arabs out, the Muslims, the Christians, and give the whole land to the Jews. So I think this guy did a good flip the script here. Well, why don't we just move the Jews out?
Right.
Why not give them Arizona?
Right.
You want,
right. So I like, So I like this argument that he made. I will say that I like that argument there. So after trashing them for 4 hours, minus the conversation that Mike and Rocky had, I'll say that. I'll throw them that one bone there.
Yeah.
It's
Vincent,
like, well, I'm not so sure about that. So
yeah, the pragmatism falls apart pretty quick. Vincent DeVecchia says, for 10, in the Bible, God mentions the promised people, and that includes those who believe in Christ and also Israel, and give their land back. Is this contradictory?
No, we're the children. We're the children of the promise, and the church is Israel. So,
yeah,
like this. By the way, You can just go look. You can actually Google this, right? Who is Israel Orthodox Christianity? And you can view the view for yourself. They go through the entire thing, passage by passage by passage.
Right. Yeah, Vincent, your question kind of argue.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. The problem is that your clergy there doesn't agree. When the Moscow Patriarchy, right, that's in line with Putin, right, and the Ecumenical Patriarchy, right, where they're going to synagogues to speak, right? So they're clearly not, of the same view, right? Or they have different interpretation of what that means, right? That the church is Israel.
Kind of asks from a non-Orthodox position because you're distinguishing like Christ's church and Israel is this other thing, and that's the contention.
It's a word concept fallacy.
That's why the debate happened. Basically, is like not only is it an important topic to unravel, but it was two positions that are ultimately orthodox.
Yeah, you can't label something that already exists something else and say, "Oh, that solves the problem." That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
One arguing from ultimately a non-Orthodox position, really, and then Andrew arguing from what it actually means to be Christian and that they're incompatible. Austin, $2. Give them Utah, and they could live with the Mormons. Yeah, you can give them Utah.
Okay, is he gone?
They are good.
That's it. But let's just be super charitable and say it's 10.5. I did see a report today that it's reaching above 10 million finally, right? Well, 10 million people in a world of 7 billion, if you were to, move them to different nations in the West, would barely be an uptick in the Western population. It would barely even put a dent in Western population from an immigration standpoint.
Right.
And then don't you get all those same protections that you wanted? So the question becomes, again, it always starts with why does there need to be a Jewish ethno-state to protect Jews? Why?
Yeah, it's like you have to pervert the view to be able to argue for it. Like Vlad,
all 100% false. All those religions are incorrect, and there is no God. Let's just grant that for a second, right? And move it to a purely secular, pragmatic view, right? Why, from a secular, pragmatic view, does it make the most sense to have a Jewish ethno-religious state in the middle of a desert surrounded by enemies, if the argument is that we need to be protecting Jews, the people group?
Because it could.
Yep.
Right. France, you take 500,000. Germany takes 300,000. England takes.
Yeah. The questions he needs to be asking is then why did the British, right, establish it then? Right? Why did the British people establish? Why did they feel the need?
Plan from the beginning, no? Like this plan for Israel started in the late 1800s. It was already drafted before World War I and World War II. And it had to do with the Bolshevik Revolution. I mean, this is going back.
Right, it'd be some shit
to the slaughter of 60 million Russians.
Out that all the world wars and all the plays in it, which is used by the you-know-who's to just, get everything set up for now.
Yeah, exactly, guys.
200,000. You know what I mean?
Why are they playing so dumb? Machine.
United States takes 1 million.
Oh man, this is actually the dumbest. And actually, he took this down. And I think it's because they took such a lukewarm view on this particular issue, and their people fried them for it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that their people fried them for it. They were like, no, we can't be this conciliatory. I mean, and yeah.
Whatever. We take 1 million a year in immigrants anyway. You know what I mean? You just fulfill the quota in a single year.
Yeah. Yeah, that means, Andrew, that there's more baked in to what the ought claim is, because you're right. Like, let's say I like Japan. You take Japanese people. Let's say they were like in some sort of stressful environment, or they felt they needed to be protected, you could hypothetically make a domed Japan, right, and just move them into a domed Japan, perfect simulation of Japan or something like this. If they said no, there's more to this, right? Well, then what you're pointing to needs an argument. Like you need to bind
it's worse.
the people
It's worse
to the.
because think about it this way, and this is the argument I presented, and this is why this is so stupid. Okay, the argument goes like this: why does there need to be a Jewish ethno-state? Right? Answer: to protect Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but we could easily protect Jews by moving them outside of a Jewish ethno-state. In fact, it would be a lot easier to do so.
Mm-hmm.
No, we can't do that because of the fact that Jews would then be subject to genocide like they were in the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, are Jews subject to genocide right now, under threat of genocide right now? Yes. That prevent you from being genocided. We need to protect you in a.
We have to move them out.
If we did.
Well, also, Andrew, they rejected when I presented that argument to them last night. Both of them. They rejected premise 2. They said, no, they're not in a position where if you don't do something, they all go bye-bye. They're
logical arguments here on their behalf. There's not good logic. There's just not. And so that's why I was like, well, so
yeah. James Marone, another $5. Meister Gaming, $5. Jim Bob, thanks.
Meaning that on some level you dislike being around.
Be in the vulnerable rhetoric. I think that's
Yeah, that's it. More intellectual, nonsense, meta-ethical garbage, hypothetical situations. Nothing about historical, political, theological aspects of Zionism. Right? Totally bereft of any of that, right? Totally hollow explanations, and then too afraid to even keep it up, cowering beneath the claim that they'll actually be deplatformed, right? And afraid to say exactly what's on their minds. That's pretty much it. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna move to some critical readings, and then I'm going to end the show. If the people on the panel want to stick around for that, it's up to you guys. I mean,
you have a good night, Machine Lies.
Yeah, blessings, Mike.
Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, blessings.
Take it easy.
And I'm very, very afraid to say that I'm gonna have to extend this to an 8th episode. It's already 6:21. It took so long just to cover that one interview, but it's part of a critical series of the debate and post-debate responses. Right. And since that was the main push behind this entire series of shows that we did, right? That's available here on this channel, right? We went and we went ahead and explored that one talk there that they gave, because we don't know how long that is going to be around, and obviously they took it down, right? So yeah, we got to figure out what's going on there, right? But I think we hit all the critical aspects of that presentation, right? And I want to move to some of the reading that I have, right? And I want to talk about, obviously we're talking about the modernism and the dialectic between modernism and fundamentalism. But of course, that has some key foundations in the 1800s, right, with some key figures, right, that we're going to discuss, right? Okay, and also we're going to read a something from the account of General Allenby and his entrance into Jerusalem. And then tomorrow, actually, you know what? Let me not do the entire show schedule now. Let me wait till we're done. And then at the end of the show, I'll tell you guys what the schedule is for the shows this week. Okay, but let me read some of this. Right. He says two key theories were pivotal for the development of modern secularism on a scale equal to Copernican or Newtonian revolutions, but with instead moral consequences. The first of these was Darwin's theory of evolution, which suggested that the universe could have come into existence spontaneously without the need for a divine creator. The second of these was the theories of Sigmund Freud, which provided the opportunity to question the notion of sin itself, to reject much of the traditional morality once associated with religion. And with the cultists having shaped much of the fundamentalism of modern European Christianity, from the Protestant Reformation to the evangelical movement, the marked excesses of those traditions provided them a pretext by which to reject religious tradition on the whole. Thus emerged a formative trend of modernism in the 20th century, which repudiated what were characterized as outmoded, quote-unquote, Victorian values. This network of individuals exemplified the religious nihilism, quote-unquote, of the Sabbateans by constituting the core of the new avant-garde movement, which later came to be known as modernism, which included cubism in the arts, atonality in music, and symbolism in poetry. Modernism encompassed the works of artists who rebelled against the 19th century academic and historicist traditions. Believing that earlier aesthetic conventions were outdated, it was early associated with bohemianism, which espoused unorthodox and anti-establishment political and social viewpoints, which expressed through free love, drug experimentation, unconventional styles of dress, and even voluntary poverty. The primary influence behind these developments were the Bloomsbury Group, an influential group associated with English writers and intellectuals. The group were part of an extended network which comprised.
Do you think it's the same Bloomsburg publications that exist today?
I'm
pretty sure. You know, they published the Harry Potter book.
No, this is Bloomsbury.
Berry, got it.
Yeah, Bloomsbury.
Okay,
Yeah, Bloomsbury Group, right? Bloomsbury. Right, the group were an influential part of an extended network that comprised the initiates of the Children of the Sun, a Dionysian cult comprised of the children of Britain's Round Table elite, Britain's Round Table elite. Among them were T.S. Eliot, W.H. Auden, Lewis and Edwina Mountbatten, Winston Churchill's son.
Wait, Mountbattens are the ones who were one of the big generals of colonizing India and Pakistan.
That's right. That's true. Yeah, Lord Mountbatten. And of course, there's a hilarious saga of his wife and Nehru. They wrote love letters to each other.
Supposedly, right? They were supposedly, yeah.
So Lord Mountbatten got cucked. Weird stuff. Winston Churchill's son, Randolph Churchill, Christopher Isherwood, Stephen Spencer Lytton Strachey. I'm gonna Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Donald MacLean, Sir Oswald Mosley. Okay, that's a huge name.
Oswald Mosley was a Nazi, right?
Right. The British Union.
One of the husbands of one of those sisters that you talked about.
Yeah. Right. They're mentioned next. Yeah. Oswald Mosley was part of the British Union of the Fascists. And then the Mitford sisters and D.H. Lawrence and Aldous Huxley. D.H. Lawrence, who was homosexual lover with Aldous Huxley, it says. The Round Table was a secret society established by Cecil Rhodes, the founder of the De Beers Diamond Empire, and the South African territory of Rhodesia. Rhodes was financed by Nathaniel Mayer Rothschild, also known as Natty de Rothschild, who became head of N.M. Rothschild and Sons, 1879. Nathaniel administered the estate of Rhodes, who in the first of 7 wills called for the formation of a secret society, quote unquote, devoted to the extension of British rule throughout the world. Known as the Round Table, Nathaniel appointed Alfred Milner to chair Rhodes' secret society. Milner then recruited a group of young men who were well-known English Freemasons, among them being Rudyard Kipling,
Oh shit.
Lord Balfour, and other Oxford College graduates.
Did you say Balfour?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Members of the group in statements recorded by the New York Times in 1902 proclaimed that they formed their secret society for the purpose of gradually absorbing the wealth of the world. A leading member of the Round Table was Lord Balfour, right? So this is how they got started with this famous Balfour Declaration. Right. So who would later serve as British Prime Minister from 1902 to 1905. Balfour also served as president from the Society for Psychical Research, where he was succeeded by American psychology and psychological warfare expert William James. James was one of the leading thinkers of the late 19th century and believed by many to be one of the most influential American philosophers, while others have labeled him the father of American psychology. William James interacted with a wide array of writers and scholars throughout his life, including Bertrand Russell, John Dewey, Walter Lippmann. By the way, we're going to get more into John Dewey's views tomorrow when we look at the Technological Society of Jacques Ellul. Walter Lippmann was also connected to Ellul because he wrote the ideas about manufacturing consent. And I also believe he was in Council of Foreign Relations, right? Mark Twain, Horatio Alger Jr. Okay, by the way, Mark Twain was a huge proponent of Zionism. Okay, he even went to Israel. Right, he traveled to Israel. And even calling it the Holy Land and all that type of stuff. Horatio Alger Jr., Sigmund Freud. Okay, among James' students were Theodore Roosevelt, W.E.B. Du Bois, Gertrude Stein, and Walter Lippmann. William James was a protege of French Jewish philosopher Henry Bergson, whose sister Moynia married MacGregor Mathers, a founder of the Golden Dawn. Henry Bergson was born from the Bergsons, a famous Jewish entrepreneurial family of Polish descent. Bergson, by the way, Bergson is one of the greatest modern philosophers. You guys know that? Henry Bergson? You know, he wrote Creative Evolution.
Oh, I did. Okay.
Oh, yeah. He was in the League of Nations. Bergson is huge.
Hey, Machine Lies, I just wanted to tell you a real quick story if I could. You mentioned the Rothschilds. There's a dive bar in downtown St. Pete I used to go to every Sunday back in the 90s and get my newspaper and read a beer and have a beer and read the newspaper. And there was this old queer always in there yakking things up. And I tried my best never to sit by him. And then one time there was one place at the bar next to him. So I sat there and he starts yapping at me and I'm ignoring him. But he pulls out this bag of like jewelry and he's smoking these cigarettos and he's telling me about how, when I was in the Sistine Chapel, I think that's what I said. Well, they didn't let you smoke like that in the Sistine Chapel. And he said, oh, of course they did. And he pulls out a business card and it said Baron von Rothschild. He claimed to be the last American Rothschild. That he had 4 kids because he had to in order to inherit any money. But he was queer as a $3 bill. And all his kids had died. I think one committed suicide, one had a drug overdose. You know, they had so much money, they messed their lives up and stuff. But he claimed to have the second largest Fabergé egg collection behind Queen Elizabeth II. So you never know where those Rothschilds are coming from.
Yeah, that's a fascinating story.
That's
Yeah.
all I wanted to say. Apparently, I've met a Rothschild, so I've been in touch with the Illuminati.
Right. Right. And yeah, and this guy Bergson, his views, he thought he refuted Einstein when he wrote Creative Evolution. Because he said that Einstein didn't understand time and all these other things. And it's a fascinating look into the philosophy of time, right? And the philosophy of mind as well. But yeah, it says here, that Bergson was born from the Bergsons, a famous Jewish entrepreneurial family of Polish descent. Bergson's great grandfathers, Jamul Jabowicz, Jakubowicz, Sonnenberg, called Zbitkauer, Zbytkower. Man, that's hard to pronounce. Those are those fine German, Polish names. My wife is Polish too. Yeah, they got weird names. Going back, but the American names are chump names compared to the Polish names for sure. Was a prominent banker and a protege. Zbitkauer of Stanislaw August Poniatowski. Poniatowski, King of Poland from 1764 to 1795. I'm butchering these names, so excuse me. The successor of August III, Jacob Frank's godfather. How about that? Maybe Jacob Frank, he may have referred to himself as the Prince of Poland. I wouldn't put it past him, even. Who retained the Baron von Hund as intimate counselor. Bergson was an early proponent of spiritual evolution, along with Max Theon, Rudolf Steiner, Sri Aurobindo. Okay, Sri Aurobindo is one of those like
Yeah.
Kala Chakra guys.
I've been to Oroville.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's it's quite dystopian. Like you have to give away 30% of your earnings and all land and stuff, like all your belongings, if you want to, like, pertain
Yeah, it's like a
to
communist.
they call it an international township.
Interesting.
But what is a proponent of what? That's what I didn't catch that word. Creation is no, that's not what you said.
Spiritual evolution. That means that we are like this idea that man is going, like, it's sort of related to dispensationalism and millenarianism and Sabbateanism. That man is going to go through a new dispensation, a new age. So this is where the idea of new age comes from, right? So before there was a new age, there was this Kabbalistic dispensationalist notion that of the kingdom of God, right? So all of this utopian thinking comes from a religious idea. So as we were addressing Mike earlier, we were saying, hey, what of these, scientific ideas comes from the a religious non-secular background? Well, this idea, utopianism, I mean, all over the transhumanists, that we've been reading all the time, right? That they all commonly espouse this idea, but it originally was about the kingdom of God and dispensationalism and the coming of a new age, right? Which the Jews and some of the Christians had taken the Kabbalistic notions of the Jews to say that Christ was going to reign in a worldly kingdom. The Jews had the notion of that they were going to rule on this earth, right, when the Messiah comes back, right?
Right.
So all of these notions became secularized, then put into pseudo eschatology of progress. This is all the things that we're going to talk about, and expand on Wednesday too, because this was my last presentation on progress, right? And all that. So, so this all has to do with the same concept. This is like proto progressive ideas, So obviously Sri Aurobindo was hugely into that. Alfred North Whitehead was hugely into that. Process theology. The Indian yogi Sri Aurobindo was regarded by occultist Rene Guénon as an authentic representative of Indian spiritual
Renee
evolution.
Guanan, I don't even know if he's authorized to call Aurobindo a yogi, because as far as I saw everything, all the works in the museum, and he was a philosopher. I don't know, maybe a guru, I say he's a guru, but it wasn't until the quote unquote the mother figure came in that
Oh yeah,
Aurobindo
yeah,
blew up.
yeah. That's what he's going to talk about next. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, here he says Aurobindo's close spiritual collaborator, Mira Richard, who came to be known as the Mother, in her 20s had studied occultism with Max Theon. Based in North Africa and France, Theon taught a Frankish tradition of sex magic, interpreted through the Hindu and Buddhist tradition of Tantra. Bergson's own philosophy, which held parallels with theosophy, put forward an alternative explanation of Darwin's mechanism of evolution, suggesting that evolution motivated by a vital impetus that can be understood as humanity's natural creative impulse.
So that's what she brought in. But I'm pretty sure, see, because they tell the story a certain way, but you have to start reading between the lines. But it's as soon as this figure shows up, well, she sees Aurobindo as you need somebody a little bit original Indian to kind of have some authority and footing. So she uses Aurobindo, and he dies even before that commune type place is built. I think he died in the 70s or early 80s. He was already gone. But she attracted all of these people from America, Germany, all over Europe. And basically people came and gave money, time, everything, to build this place. So they were clearing land and all of that. I don't know how many people, it's thousands and thousands of people. She got this operation going over there. So, now you're saying she was a student of sex magic before, go figure. It's pretty obvious, I think.
Yeah, and Sri Aurobindo promoted that himself in terms of the Kala chakra type of stuff. But yeah, it says a process theology soon influenced a number of Jewish theologians, including rabbis Max Kadushin, Milton Steinberg, and Abraham Joshua Herschel, all of whom belong to the Sabbatean Connected Jewish Theological Seminary of America, JTSA. The Jewish Theological Seminary of America was headed by English Rabbi Solomon Schurter, 1847 to 1915, the Frankish founder of the American conservative Jewish movement, whose mentor was Zacharias Frankel. The JTSA was founded in 1901. Jacob Schiff, the Rothschilds' agent in the U.S. and a close family friend, provided it with an endowment of $500,000 and a building. Whitehead credits Bergson along with William James and John Dewey in the preface to Process and Reality. William and his brother, the famous author Henry James, were the sons of Henry James Sr., a theologian and adherent of Swedenborgianism. Henry James Sr. had been introduced to Swedenborg by Ralph Waldo Emerson, who became William's godfather. Influenced by Swedenborg, Blake and the Vedanta, Emerson was the father of American Transcendentalism, a religious and philosophical movement. The development during the late 1820s and 30s, a protest against the conventional spirituality and Unitarian doctrine taught at Harvard University. Transcendentalism begins with Emerson's 1836 essay Nature, which was heavily influenced by Swedenborg's theory of correspondences. By the way, I always thought it was interesting that Kant uses the same term, correspondence. For his correspondence theory of mind. Right? And the idea of all individual souls were part of the world soul. Okay, which Hegel borrowed, right, for the spirit of world history. Right? All this idea of the world soul was already existing. Right? When Hegel invented the idea of the spirit of world history, he simply brought the ephemeral into the notion of the world soul. That the transcendentalists
And you're saying that this is supposedly like influenced by Vedanta, or maybe that's why they're giving the justification for the world soul or whatever they're calling it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Swedenborg definitely was taking some of those ideas. I mean, so so it's hard to say, Swedenborg was sort of taking like
But it's
pagan
a
ideas.
total perversion because the soul is beyond the world.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like in the 13th century, right? They came up with all these,
New Age terminology or what?
Yeah. I know. Just in the 13th century, they came up with the Vajrayana systems, right, and all of that. So that's what. So they're more drawing from those systems, right?
Yeah, but even that they don't do correctly. It's like hodgepodge, whatever is serving this agenda.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Totally. And yeah, it says here then that they believed in a world soul. The Transcendentalists also believed that all people possessed a piece of the oversoul. That's a sort of Gnostic idea. Right, and thus were united as one being. Transcendentalists therefore believed that political and religious institutions ultimately corrupted individuals, preferring individualism and self-reliance. Emerson is well known as a mentor and friend of fellow Transcendentalist Henry David Thoreau, 1817 to 1862. The movement directly influenced New Thought, a spiritual movement following the teachings of Phineas Quimby. Here, hold on, let me see this. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on, folks. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, let's go on. During the late 19th century, Quimby's metaphysical healing practices mingled with mental science, quote unquote, of Warren Felt Evans, a Swedenborgian minister. Mark Baker Eddy, the founder of Christian Science, has been cited as having used Quimby as inspiration for theology. William James inherited an interest in the religion from his Swedenborgian father. James, as an important admirer of Vivekananda, I don't know if you knew that, Annapurna.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah, in his pragmatism, I think it's in pragmatism. He actually has 2 lengthy quotes for Vivekananda. He actually quotes Vivekananda in his writings. It's some wild stuff, isn't it?
But
When you're reading, like,
Vivekananda was a Freemason, right?
oh yeah, yeah, and a student of Ramakrishna, I believe.
Who was supposedly a student of Aurobindo, if you can believe it,
Oh, okay.
or connected with, because in Auroville they have special like Sri Ramakrishna's shrine, or in that certain libraries they have his books. And see, it's not clear, it's so obfuscated, because Aurobindo was never a guru or a sage. He was a philosopher. But Ramakrishna, he's a full-fledged yogi, or he started, I think he even went abroad and teaching like the Yogananda as well. So yeah, there is a connection there, certainly. So I can't say he was a student or not, because Aurobindo is a philosopher and Ramakrishna is a yogi, or that's what he claims. And that's the teaching. Aurobindo never taught any yogic technique or anything like asana. He only gave lectures, and those were written down by the mother, I believe, and then published as books. And then she takes that as an excuse, as a justification to do whatever she's doing in his writings.
Interesting. But yeah, this guy William James, who is credited with inventing psychology, is actually influenced by Vivekananda, which is very interesting, right? And it says here he was also a member of the Theosophical Society and interested in mystical
Yeah,
subjects.
there. Yogananda also is a Theosophical Society member.
Right. It says, as well as a champion of alternative approaches to healing. James was member of the Metaphysical Society, one of the founders of the first president of the Society for Psychical Research, SPR, whose members included Arthur Conan Doyle, Lord Balfour, Bertrand Russell, John Dewey, and John Ruskin. SPR is a nonprofit organization whose stated purpose is to understand, quote, events and abilities commonly described as psychic or paranormal by promoting and supporting important research in this area to examine allegedly paranormal phenomena in a scientific and unbiased way. It was SPR which later investigated Blavatsky's mysterious Mahatma letters, which were said to appear out of thin air in 1885, declared her to be a fraud. James' research was focused on the belief inspired by mysticism that the philosophical answers to human existence could be found by giving humans the opportunity to explore the irrational. According to James, these states allowed the mystic to attain cosmic consciousness, a term first coined by Richard Maurice Buck, a Canadian psychiatrist. In his 1901 book, Cosmic Consciousness, A Study in the Evolution of the Human Mind, Maurice explored the concept, which he defined as a, quote, higher form of consciousness than possessed by the ordinary man, unquote. Buck listed Swedenborg among those who had achieved such illumination, along with Buddha, Jesus, Francis Bacon, William Blake. Okay, this is what I critiqued Joseph Campbell for, right? Where he put Jesus and Ramakrishna and the Dalai Lama.
William Blake in the same line.
Yeah, it's like, it's like, what are these people smoking? I mean, but yeah, their list of enlightened figures is always hilarious. But yeah,
But I mean, have you ever spent? You must have. Have you ever spent any time with what, like the dirty yogi hippie type in today's day and age, obviously. Can't go in the
Oh
past.
yeah, 1,000,000%. I mean, they're huge in Detroit. Right?
Okay, so it's like it's almost a competition of how crazy can you get, how out there can you get with your claims, and I don't know, man. It's like a little hysterical. At some point I just have to be like, oh my God. I'd rather somebody was a drunkard than spend time with you, because at least the drunkard is going to be authentic. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's just a hysterical, like, how can I top, how can I get even more crazy and say random shit like, oh, like, what someone told me, like, oh yeah, Jesus was a pure incarnation. He had no incarnation before and after, and my God, it just, like trying to make it Vedanta type interpretation of it. But
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, I mean, they sound new, but they're not new. In any of these ideas, most of them are like Gnostic, or they draw from the Kabbalah or Neoplatonism, and that's why it's important to realize the origins of a lot of these concepts.
Sabbatean Frankism, right? Like you're saying.
Yeah, theistic evolution, it heavily draws on this, on Frankism and stuff, because it was around during that time with a lot of those actors. So
Yeah.
we have to put things in perspective when we're looking at Amsterdam, when we're looking at the Jews, we're looking at the time when Spinoza was there, the time when Descartes was there. There's huge changes happening. So we have to put all of those things in perspective, and then we can realize that these ideas aren't new. They're not just a bunch of like, for example, New Age. It's
Right.
been brought out as being like lighter version, but this is actually the way that they're putting the occult science out in front of people so that they can, sort of poison the well, right? So it's very serious business, right? So, despite the fact of it being, these people are being subverted, and they're being subverted with some of their most deepest level, on some of their ethical level, where they, some of these people are becoming vegans and different things. I mean, right? So
Right.
it's
So
mattering on.
I believe Hitler himself was a vegan.
Yeah, maybe, but it goes to his spiritual beliefs. He was already influenced by all of these Hindu ideas and all this stuff. I mean, all the way down the path, right? Because, so when we figure out that, these people were deeply involved in this stuff in the 1800s, William Blake was quoting Vivekananda again.
Right.
Henry David Thoreau was quoting
Hitler comes along.
Henry
comes
David Thoreau
along
was
and
quoting the
starts.
Gita, right? He was quoting the Gita. Henry David Thoreau. So we have to put things in perspective when all these ideas have already influenced. Have been there for 100 years, right?
But then Hitler comes along, and I'm not sure who exactly, but I read certain translations, because he gets some people to translate the Vedic books into German.
Right.
And then from German to English. And I don't know, it seemed like he was looking for Shambhala or something like some source of unlimited power from occult perspective. But I wanted to ask you, what this Mahatma letters, what is that? Do you know what that is with Blavatsky?
I don't know, but they took credit for teaching Gandhi Hinduism, and even giving him his a copy of the Gita, by the way.
Blavatsky did?
The Theosophical Society does.
Oh, shit. I mean, Gandhi is no saint himself. But damn. I thought the Mahatma letters was a secret doctrine. That's what I thought, which is a bunch of bullshit as well. That she wrote. Saying that, yeah, she said she stayed in the caves of the Himalayas with some Brahmins or sages, and that was a secret doctrine was given to her from there.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. But yeah,
Denise, sorry, I was just gonna say, Denise says, new thought, new age, old cage. I like that.
yeah. Yeah, and yeah. So okay, so here we go. It says Buck hypothesized that the next stage of human development or cosmic consciousness is slowly beginning to appear will eventually spread throughout all of humanity. James understood the cosmic consciousness, quote unquote, to be a collective consciousness. Okay, another idea from Neoplatonism and the Kabbalah. A large reservoir of consciousness which manifests itself in the minds of men remains intact after the dissolution of the individual. It may retain traces of life history of its individual emanation. Cecil Rhodes was inspired in his vision for the British Empire by John Ruskin, the leading English art critic of the Victorian era. John's father, John James Ruskin, helped to develop his son's interest in Romanticism, sharing a passion for the works of Lord Byron, Shakespeare, and especially Walter Scott. John's mother, Margaret Ruskin, was an evangelical Christian who taught him to read the King James Bible, whose language, imagery, and stories had profound and lasting effect on his writing. John Ruskin was unanimously appointed the first Slade Professor of the Fine Art at Oxford University in August.
Slave? SLAVE? Slave professor?
SLADE. Yeah.
Oh, Slade. Got
Yeah,
it.
Slade. Yeah. Yeah. Where he delivered his inaugural lecture in 1870, stating, quote, "The art of any country is the exponent of the social and political virtues," unquote. Cecil Rhodes cherished a longhand copy of the lecture, believing that it supported his own view of the British Empire. Okay, John Dewey had a
Ruskin,
lot of John Dewey had a lot of very similar ideas as well. But yeah, go ahead.
but Rudyard Kipling and John Ruskin was later known as Ruskin Bond, if I'm not mistaken. But these two were apologetics for colonialism, and their books were widely distributed in India during colonial. Like that was part of the education as a sort of brainwash, right? It's like, oh, look, basically like we are the savage and they come to tame us. Therefore, British good, colonialism good, and that's making a revival in the alt-right community. Is I guess that they're all like now fanboys for technology and progress, but it's the same vein. Like, oh, you should be proud of British colonial history. They're saying you should. Like, to me, the average Brit had nothing to do with colonialism. They themselves were highly oppressed by the same people that came and colonized the other parts of the world. But the alt-right now is saying that the Brits should own colonialism, that's like some, they're bringing it back, like Ruskin Bond and Rudyard Kipling's view that, this is a savage world and we're here to tame it, to help it from itself. And I mean, today, like the alt-right will put clips of like whatever chaotic things happening in India or the third world or something like that, or white girls coming over and getting raped and all that. But to justify, like, see, look at these savages, like look what they do, be proud of your heritage of civilizing, essentially.
Yeah, and also Ruskin wrote, "I like my girls from 10 to 16, allowing 17 or 18 as long as they're not in love with anybody but me. I've got some darlings 8, 12, 14 just now with my pig
Bro.
Wagina here, 12, who fetches my wood and is learning to play my bells.
What?
So the guy's a sicko. I mean, but yeah, that's a little
Oh
bit
my
of that for today. You know what I mean? We're gonna move on to John Allenby, and we're gonna talk about evangelical ideas later. But the main reason I read that was to look at the modernist fundamentalist debate, right? That arises in the 1900s, right? When we get to the 1900s, right? And we look at from Darby to Schofield and all the things that happened afterwards, right? When they established the Schofield Bible in the 1900s, right? The same time when they were doing the Balfour Declaration, right? Why all of these events are related, right? To some of those key figures like Cecil Rhodes and Lord Balfour, right? And some of those other figures, right? But here's another key figure, General Allenby, right? How many people know about General Allenby and his entrance into Jerusalem? They have a video of it.
I didn't know about that.
They have
But
a
you
video.
did know that Kipling wrote Jungle Book, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. But his influence from Swedenborg is interesting. His influence from the occult is very interesting, right? That Rudyard Kipling was very much influenced by the occult, right?
Yeah, that Jungle Book entirely is full of occult symbolism.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's got it all throughout there. Yeah, definitely.
Not to mention also like this kind of, I don't know, he was, like, I guess they didn't have TV and kind of fashionable for Brits or high class Brits abroad to like have this romanticized view of the East or India or whatever, it's just, that's there, but it's disguising the heavy symbolism within.
Yeah. Yeah, well, check this out. It's on Jerusalem Story, the JerusalemStory.com. General Allenby's entrance into Jerusalem, 1917. General Edmund Allenby's entry into Jerusalem through the Jaffa Gate on December 11, 1917 is captured here in rare video footage from the British Imperial War Museum. The footage, while silent, is unusual in that it includes and depicts the populace insofar as they were out on the streets to witness this moment. This too makes it historically significant. In World War I, Allenby led the British Empire's Egyptian Expeditionary Force (EEF) during the Sinai and Palestine campaign against the Ottoman Empire. In the conquest of Palestine, Jerusalem was the third city conquered, preceded by Beersheba on October 31st and Gaza November 7th. But the December conquest of Jerusalem, although not the end of the campaign, was nonetheless pivotal. Allenby was the first Christian to control Jerusalem in centuries. In fact, was reflected in Allenby's reportedly saying at the time, "The wars of the Crusades are now complete." Let me repeat that. Allenby was the first Christian to control Jerusalem in centuries, a fact that was reflected in Allenby reportedly saying at the time, quote, "The wars of the Crusades are now complete." Phrasing that was subsequently parroted by the British Press and Information Department. The British conquest of Jerusalem, marking the beginning of an occupation, would prove to be a fateful turning point in the trajectory of the city. As one historian recounting of this event described it, the British government was, of course, concerned about its reputation and planned a propaganda coup, which would help to establish the British right to rule the city. There is nothing quite so suggestive of sheer power as the conspicuous refraining from existing and displaying it. In their preparations for the conquest of the city, the British also wanted to present themselves as contrasting with the behavior of their enemies. What was particular in mind was the case of Jerusalem was the behavior of the German Kaiser 20 years earlier. On a state visit, had ridden into the city on a white horse through a section of the city wall, which had been demolished, especially for him. So both of these actions, the horse and the demolition, had to be avoided, as was the hint of violence in the city, for these were the behavior traits of the Allies had particularly affixed to Turkish and German reputations. General Allenby came to Jerusalem on December 11th, a fortnight before Christmas, 2 days after Jewish feast of Hanukkah, which was the day of the city's surrender, to make his ceremonial entry. Anyways, there's a little bit of information there. I'm not going to read all of this. But yeah, General Allenby in 1917 declared that the Crusades have reached their conclusion, and the country of Britain used a similar propaganda, and obviously the Likud and the Leahy and all of those terrorist gangs, they bombed the King David Hotel, and they forced the British to leave. Right, and in 1947, they sought to establish the country of England. I mean, the country of Israel. Sorry, with the UN, right, and not with England, right, not being a sort of part of the colonial expansion of the Britain people, right. But yeah, there's a little bit of history there, right, and it's very much important, right, for the whole, aspect of Christian Zionism, right. But yeah, we'll be closing this out here. We sort of ran that one into the ground, right? We'll be back on Sunday in an entire week. Okay, we'll do another special Whotheyism where we'll continue these readings, right? And we'll also look at a presentation by James Perloff on Christian Zionism, right? That will put finally into perspective all of these major points that we've been laying down, right? So we'll have another small reading. Okay, look at a major YouTube presentation, right, by Perloff on Christian Zionism. All right. Okay, and that'll be that'll conclude this series, which we'll also look at a writing of Malcolm X on Zionism. So many things we didn't get to today, but we'll have to do them in a week on Sunday. Tomorrow we'll be back doing a special on Elul, right? So we'll be doing Elul tomorrow. Okay, we'll be coming back. We're on the 3rd chapter now in Elul, the Technological Society, right? We still have ways to go while reading that book. Right, Wednesday we'll do a lecture on progress and look at Elul, his interview on the French station, right? Okay, Thursday we'll read more Elul, right? Friday we'll figure out some type of presentation, okay, that we may do. Possibly we may bring back our music show. Saturday we'll do another stream, right? A Friday night we'll either have open panel. Saturday we'll do a stream, continuing our Wednesday stream. Right, Sunday night we'll be back with the Whotheyism, okay, special, right? So we'll be streaming this week, right? Little 3-hour streams. Okay, we'll do a little longer stream on Wednesday and Saturday. So that's the schedule for this week, right? Next week we'll only appear Wednesday and Saturday again. Right, we'll continue our presentations just on Elul. We're going to tone down the rhetoric after this week. Okay, but we're going to hit them on all levels this week. Relentless slaughter of all ideas and opinions. And of course, we have Spooky Saturdays. A very haunting Spooky Saturday for you guys, right? So that's about it. Any closing statements you guys want to make? Blessings, right? Of course, it's always a pleasure to have the very wise and talented Sister Annapurna on the panel, the very intelligent and wise Rock E on the panel. Blessings to you, sir, and the humble, and talented and very deep thinker, Reddington out here. You're in blessings, sir.
Thank you. I look forward to it. It's funny you're streaming now at like 4 a.m. my time. So it's like a nice way to. Well, I can't sleep past that anyway. So
Yeah.
I wake up and yeah, it's nice to hear you streaming before I begin my day in this chaotic city. Yeah, that I want to thank you for that. And I don't know if they'll let me get in, but I'm trying to access this library to get some of that. Like, because there's letters from Lord Mountbatten, and then there's shit. I can't remember the other guy's name. But there's letters that they sent to the British Raj. Not Nehru, but another British, like one of these generals that they send to govern India. And
okay.
There's letters that they write back to the British Raj on how to decimate the country and their struggles on why they're not able to or what to do. And there's one in particular that calls for the banning of marijuana, saying that we're not going to be able to sell liquor to these people without it, but also they seem kind of, so it was like, well, they're not desperate enough. Like, okay, if a guy doesn't have food to eat, he's chewing some ganja and he's all right. He's ready for his daily labor and he has endurance. But it kind of like saying that he wanted to force them to be desperate. And the only way to do that would be to sort of ban marijuana. And then there's a systematic treatises on dismantling the culture. Let's see if they'll allow me to go in and read. But I would like to get some of those letters in my hand and just read them rather than reading other or looking at other people saying what they say on the internet, you know. But yeah, let's see if I can access that. Thank you for having me, as always.
Of course. Blessings, sis.
Maybe
that'd be
take some
very
pictures of relevant pages.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they might. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll sneak it. In a thought experiment, I'm in India. He asked if I was in Singapore. I hated Singapore, y'all. It's like so dystopian. I just had to say a piece here, but they don't have a, like, it's your face is your entry. So I try to exempt it. You know, I always exempt a photo in the United States via immigration and all that. You have that right, but you don't have that right in most other countries. So you just go in, it scans your face, it scans your passport. You have to keep your thumbprint, your biometric. And then a little door opens, like double doors, like in the subway. Like the doors are so low, like in the New York subway, like you can jump it, I guess. I mean, no one's trying, but it's just two sets of double doors and a security guard. And the computer says, "Welcome to Singapore." And then boom, you know, just some little door opens and you go in. And it's just highly surveilled, yo. It's just so highly surveilled. I found it to be so expensive and kind of fake smart city vibes. And I mean, they're really proud that they got a lot of trees and stuff, but I don't know who in the hell can afford to live there. As an American, I found it expensive. And a really interesting thing is, like, you know, Indians in India, they'll be spitting on the road and they'll be jaywalking, and, you know, they don't give a shit. Like, they're littering on the road. But in Singapore, they're all in line. Like, everybody's in line. And I know they're Indian because they're speaking, like, mostly is South Indian people out there. And I'm like, dang, you know, like, everybody is in line. Like, you know, in India, like, if you're a girl, like, people stare. You know what I'm talking about. TML. Even if you have your head covered, like people are trying to stare, or whatever, harass. But they don't do that over there. And I think stealing, you get you die or something. Like things like drugs and stealing is punishable by death. And it's all touted as like hyper safe due to that. But I just found it hyper controlled. And one last observation, over here in India, like people are angry a lot. Like it just in general, like it's just like open anger, people just being angry at each other, raw. It's kind of raw. I mean, that's changing. Like you can't even hang up your clothes to dry in the apartments anymore. Like that's against the HOA now, God. But anyway, it's kind of raw. But in Singapore, it's just dead people. I mean, Jesus, like there was a lady I bought some food from, and there's a rate me survey right there. Like you had to click a button. And I would just hate to be in the service industry of any kind over there, because they're just like like almost like a social credit score. Like, please rate me good. Please don't give me a bad rating. And I mean, like, is it that far behind China? That I'm not saying it is China, but like, damn, you know. And I was it's everybody here in India and a lot of Americans tout Singapore as some kind of utopia. Like, oh, they did it. They made a garden city, and you know, they're so efficient and all that. Yeah, but I just found it to be highly dystopian and very cloudy. Even out here, you know, very, very cloudy. No sun visible at all. But okay, sorry for that long rant. Thank you for having me. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, blessings, Anna. Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Easy.
I don't know if Rocky's even here. But yeah, India. I mean, maybe things will change one day. You know, we'll be able to go to India, even though we were born in Pakistan. But I think it would be a problem if I showed up there right now.
No, it's you can come, but they have a separate line for Pakistan.
Spying on you, yeah.
All
time you're there,
Pakistanis have a separate line. Yeah, but you're an American citizen, right? But I guess still, there's no guarantee.
Because I was born in Pakistan, so I think that would be a little bit different of a situation. But yeah,
This is they're cammed up out here in India, man. There's like CCTV every fucking inch of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocky, are you there? Blessings, sir. You know, I don't think Rocky is there. Reddington, do you got anything to say to these people? I think maybe he just left his computer on there.
It's kind of SOP, sort of. But anyways, you said he said that the Crusades were complete.
Oh yeah, General Allenby. Yeah, it's a famous quote. Yeah.
Dang,
There's
son,
Rocky.
does that mean the Christians? What does he mean? Like the Christians took over Jerusalem or something?
Something like that. Yeah, it implies something like that. Yeah.
Wondering how many Jays were there at the time.
Yeah, short-lived takeover, I guess.
Short-lived, yeah.
Like some 30 years they took it over. That's it. I mean,
just a little blip.
Just a little blip of time. I mean, yeah.
Complete. It's an interesting statement. I get whatever. I guess it doesn't matter too much now.
Right.
I was doing a Cecil.
Doing a Cecil.
Pulling a Cecil. Where's he been? I haven't seen him in a while.
Well, don't summon him now.
Yeah.
Somewhere in Idaho or whatever.
Yeah, well, what do you got to say to these people, sir? Blessings.
I'm just trying to look into some stuff. Like, it's way better to be away from the city, so you'd probably be able to sleep better outside of the city. Less electro pollution and stuff.
Yeah.
Need to figure out some things. That's all.
It's not even, I mean, what city are you talking about, Red?
Like any
Just
city. Any city.
yeah.
A lot
But
of
like the mega cities, like, you know, Mumbai is a mega city. Mexico City is a mega city. I think it's like above 20 million.
all the I mean the more technology is probably not good for health.
Yeah, but
Radiation and stuff.
massification, that's it. Massification of they become machine-like is what I was trying to get at. The people
Yeah, we're
seem
gonna
like
go.
ants
Right.
in the city.
Yeah, we're gonna be getting hardcore into those subjects too. We still have the latter part of technological slavery. We have tons of writings. I have tons of writings to unveil to you guys over the next couple of days about evolution and progress and those different notions. So yeah, we're gonna start off pretty slow, but we'll get moving and grooving pretty quickly here, and be getting into some pretty abstract notions, but also relaying it all to, you know, metaphysics and theology, and also political theology, and different topics, right? So we'll give a considerable amount of reflection on different concepts and themes, right? Especially the translation of two themes, you know, which is reason and freedom, into two other themes, right? Which is equality and progress in the death of liberalism, right? And these are notions that we will be constantly unpacking over the next few days. And yeah, Rocky, do you have anything to say to these people, sir? Blessings.
Well, don't forget to watch that video I put in chat.
For sure. Yeah.
That
Yeah, the one you put
shows
in.
yeah, the church fathers, the so-called church fathers, all a bunch of made-up bullshit. Okay. Yeah, I think we're living in a different eschatology. The whole reason for the Zionist movement is, you know, they chose that religion to. Those fake Jews chose that so that, they can be called the chosen people, and we're living in Satan's little season of Revelations 20, 7 through 9. This is something new to me. The last 2 years I've been researching it. History is a big lie. There's a couple channels you can check out. This one, Jason Jack, he's pretty good. This Jason Jack that made this video, he's a plastic surgeon. So he's not a dumb motherfucker. And he does a lot of research. And just check it out.
I know a lot of stupid plastic surgeons, Rocky, just saying.
Everybody's got an agenda.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, that's it for us. Blessings.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you
Namaste.
for being here. And namaste, sis. And let's bring this out here with some music. And yeah, we got some other stuff. I got some other secret things that I'm gonna unveil, but you know, we'll figure out where that goes. But not yet, you know, but yeah, we got so much resources and materials to work with. I don't know when we'll be done. I mean, just this Buddhism series, I mean, it's probably gonna go another 50 parts. So I mean, we still haven't gotten into Shangzhou, so it's gonna be quite a while before we actually make it. And if we lose the channel, we'll go ahead and pop up somewhere else. You know, either on Rumble or Odyssey. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned to the Cyber Caliphate channel if you guys want to figure out. This video will not be on this channel available. It will only be available on the Cyber Caliphate channel. right? So we're gonna move it to that channel, right? And it's already available there right now, right? And here is the first part of the series, right? So go ahead and indulge yourself in the full series. If you're wondering what happened, okay, the first part of the series, this link right here will take you to the review of the entire Zionism debate between Andrew Wilson and Apostate Prophet. And then you can blast off from there, contextualize the issues and understand the themes. And then you can familiarize yourself with some of the deeper concerns there of the origins of Zionism, okay, the treatment of Jews in Europe, and some of the other ideas, okay, of how Zionists came to fruition, and also Christian Zionism, right, the origins of that. Okay, but yeah, we also have lots of music to share with you guys, right? So we'll come back with some music as well. Okay, we have some music specials available on the Cyber Caliphate channel. You guys go check out, But yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for being here, and yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern for you guys. I'll make a link sometime tomorrow morning. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Blessings.
Okay. Good night.
Easy.
It was 2 in the morning, June 94. Some ass men came and left some slugs in my front door. Too close to home, it's time to call it quits. Wife threatens to leave. My daughter's throwing fits. What's the plan? The situation's out of hand. So I pick up the cordless and proceed to call my man. What up, black? Some niggas pulled up in the act and tried to bring the ruckus with a premeditated attack. Yo, fuck that. I ain't going out like that. Disrespect my home, I put some niggas on their back.
True that, kid. Give it a minute, yo. Just wait.
To top it all off, they had out-of-state plates. Yo, who's these outsiders? Trying to make some noise. They better finish what they started, cause my squadron destroys. I'm pissed. These niggas is number one on my hit list. And I won't be satisfied until I see their death certificates. Retaliation, with a bit of hesitation. I'ma let these niggas sleep, then proceed with their assassination.
I don't know why niggas is trying to bring it to me, but if they want my life, they gotta come take it from me. Ties between my family, nothing I know is stronger. I'm in too deep and I can't hold my breath any longer. I don't know why niggas is trying to bring it to me, but if they want my life, they gotta come take it from me. Ties between my family, nothing I know is stronger. I'm in too deep and I can't hold my breath any longer.
We gave it a week, then decided to make a move. We wanted the niggas to think that everything was cool, that they got away with something, assuming they got over. Loaded the trunk with explosives and pulled off in the Range Rover. Rolled on they block like 5-0 raid the drug spot. Set the timer and turned their spot into a vacant lot. Looked in my rear view, saw flames and heard screams. Was aware of the fact I killed some innocent human beings. What I guess it was their time, cause we all gotta go. I took care of my business, kid, that's all that I know. At least that's what I thought, until I got home. I walked through the door and saw a note by the phone. It said, honey, I'm at the hospital. Let me explain. Kanye went to visit a friend and the building went up in flames. Come as soon as you can. They don't think she's gonna make it. She's on life support. I need your hair, I can't take it. I thought to myself, nah, couldn't be. Not my own flesh and blood. I refused to believe. But when I got to the hospital, they said it was too late. They said she didn't make it. My wife was irate, screaming like she was possessed by a demon. Yelling, fuck the world and life, what's the meaning? I asked her where it happened. She said down the block, down the street, around the corner from that drug spot. You mean the building on 53rd and 5th? She said, yeah, how did you know? An unfortunate lucky guess. I ran into the bathroom and almost threw up, cause that was the spot.
raid the drug spot, set the timer, and turn the spot to a vacant lot. Looked in my rear view, saw flames and heard screams. Was aware of the fact I killed some innocent human beings. What I guess it was their time, cause we all gotta go. I took care of my business, kid, that's all that I know. At least that's what I thought, until I got home. I walked through the door and saw a note by the phone. It said, honey, I'm at the hospital. Let me explain. Tanya went to visit a friend and the building went up in flames. Come as soon as you can. They don't think she's gonna make it. She's on life support. I need your hair, I can't take it. I thought to myself, nah, couldn't be. Not my own flesh and blood. I refused to believe. But when I got to the hospital, they said it was too late. They said she didn't make it. My wife was irate, screaming like she was possessed by a demon. Yelling, fuck the world and life, what's the meaning? I asked her where it happened. She said down the block, down the street, around the corner from that drug spot. You mean the building on 53rd and 5th? She said, yeah, how did you know? An unfortunate lucky guess. I ran into the bathroom and almost threw up. Cause that was the spot me and my man blew up. Oh, shit. What the fuck am I gonna do? Oh, shit. What the fuck am I gonna do?
It's amazing how evil the world can be behind a beautiful face. Summertime murders with heat get erased. My friends say MF, you're in outer space, but I have to blast off. I hate this place. I mean, I love it so much, but it's going to waste. Mind control, people don't know what's real. Programmed to kill, so we reach for steel. American hunger, everyone is a meal. Fuck napkins, these wipe their mouth with sleeves. United States on its own, young it feeds. Born to starve because of others we greed. Trapped like lab raps, causing a craze. But I want out this maze. I sing for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death. Separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus. Tell me, is there a way out? I walked through the doors of hell. It said stay out, I didn't. Fell even deeper, trap floor was hitting. Programmed to eat fruit that's forbidden. Mankind don't live up to its name. Not kind at all, devour their brothers. Cry at funerals, kiss their mothers. Backstabbing for knives they're grabbing. Loyal to enemies are lies, they have them. I boil as a mic fiend, knowing I'm censored. Feds do stakeouts at my concerts, hoping I cross lines cause I'm a lifer. Corrected my wrongs, turn uplifter. Divine is comedy, from pain come laughter. With a clean slate, I choose to die with. While in park, I look up in sky. This is for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death. Separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus. Up in the sky. Keep your head up.
Savage. Wild, not cultivated. Barbaric, not civilized. Fierce and ferocious. S-A-V-A-G-E. Savage.
Yeah. Yeah, yo. When I mindstorm a rhyme forms from out of dark clouds, and I jot down deep mysteries about space and the aborigines. Compose symphonies, thoughts of Moses to epiphanies. Caesars, the desert eagles, the weapon for the people. My raps is beauty, so I'ma always be before the E and the A and the U. Jesus, with a bottle of Grey Goose, took off my gray suit. Now I'm reborn, re-strong and reform. You devils be gone. This style belongs to the stained glass medallion. Flames dance around them. Some say he's the same as the Malcolm. Came advanced in volumes. Now witness behind the stained glass album.
There's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, there's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, Godzilla's the king of all monsters. Great your bonkers, secret space launchers. Boxers and daughters at my concert. I conquer doctors, gangsters haunter. Dollars and honors, horror hunters ponder. Prehistoric lobsters and rap rosters, robbers, flying saucers, stronger sponsors, killing imposters. I explode dishwashers, rhymes like armed Navy helicopters over foreign waters. Peace to Cookie Monster, I comatose watchers who don't moniker. Mr. Commodore 64, the monitor auditor, blockbuster, too popular for gossipers. Gobbler of astrologers, omnivore orbiter, gravity softener, explosion vomiter, an astronomer who used a barometer, binocular to kill a biographer. There's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, there's no quiz in the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen,